Hello, everybody. Hello. Here, this. So I'm in Bar Center. Okay, so today we are writing a bit more, and we're starting a new chapter. Atmosphere, ambience. Okay, I was fully aware we were following through. Past few chapters have been quite intense and very much on the horror side. So interesting to take it. Um, Yeah, so today we are going to continue the adventure from Hawk's point of view. One thing I would like to do is bring up the previous chapter, read the last few pages, and then go from there. So give me a sec. All right, cool. All right, so we'll read up what we've done with here. Hey, Luffy! Hey! Yes, we are writing in the morning. Usually, you're right. I tend to go on Diablo around 1. How are you doing, buddy? How's your weekend? You guys had fun? Okay, doke. So, sorry, just positioning my microphone. And here we go. So, it was fun. What'd you guys do? How about yours? Fun with the family? Yeah, it was really good. Yeah, we just spent time together, just enjoyed our each other's company and unplugged and that. Help with Noah, did stuff around the house. We went out on walks. And it was sunny. Tried to rest when possible. Ate some good food. Nothing exciting. We didn't go anywhere special, but yeah, played Diablo like always. I saw the new PTRs few days. Thursday. We have a shorter season this season, so we're gonna see how it goes. But yeah. All right, cool. So the woman took a pause. Ellen could see the realization of Hannah's words sink into Lena. I trust that Maurice has brought you here and given you this choice because he believes that you are exactly the type of person meant for our group. Otherwise, you've been dead by now. You'll also gain enhanced strength and reflexes and an attunement to warding if the spark lies within you. And Hannah trailed off. As her face softened further, sadness in her eyes, you will never be able to bear children. Ellen gasped at the realization of the hardships their companions must have had to endure, sacrifices at the core are required of them. She had, rather than coveted here, I had a thought about it the other day. I don't think coveted is the right word. Aspired to the strength, I think, more so than coveting. Coveting has a negative connotation. So she aspired to the strength of the oath for herself, but hadn't realized until then the true toll and danger of walking this path. Without a moment's hesitation, Lena said, I will do anything to be able to save Charles. Do what you must to keep me alive. With a sad smile, Hannah nodded. You'll also lose that arm. There is nothing we can do for it now. But trust me when I say this. We'll welcome the destruction that pain will bring to the process you're about to undertake. Is there no way to make her more comfortable or unconscious for this? Asked Jin, who up until now had remained completely silent and absorbed by events in the studio. Hey, hi, Silent. Thank you for liking. Hope you had a good day. I see that you can read. Drago shook his head and said, the oath changes a person's soul and not just their physical form. It's hard to understand and even impossible to truly explain how it works. but there is nothing we can give her or do to her that will make the next hours easier for her. Lena lay still and silent, and despite the tension that Helen could feel emanating from her, the rest of the room had an unnatural calmness to them. Her companions were worried, yes, but at ease in their environment, and that disconcerted her more than if the room had been abuzz with worry and tension. At least second Rams and Belials were working. That's good. That's very good. After a few moments, Lena spoke. I will take the oath, and I will make it. Do what must be done. Hannah nodded and then said, You too, please leave the room. Guardian with your life. I trust that we are in safe hands. She smiled, looking at Helen. I remember no matter what happens, you cannot open this door. Home office rules, yeah, man. I understand. Hey, Toon. Hello, teens. How are you, buddy? How was your weekend? Hey, you guys are. Hope you guys had a wonderful, wonderful weekend. With dread in her heart and a pit in her stomach, Helen locked the door behind Jin and herself, went to guard the entrance to the well for whence they came. The natural sounds of the inn lay in the air as thick as fog. Two of them knock. As the two of them started counting down the minutes until the door would open again. I get why people in home office complain sometimes we even get more paid than people risking their lives working construction and whatnot. Talking. Yeah. It's a different kind of thing. You're taking up more time usually. Okay, tired? Okay, had to go out and pick up my prescription, so just get back. Any news for that? Any good news on that front? Okay, so what we'll do today is we'll focus on trying to outline a little bit the points of the chapter. Because I'm jumping into this blind. I have kind of an idea of what's going to happen. I don't want to outline it too much, but I need some like points rather than just jumping in and writing because otherwise I just get stuck on it. So, with that in mind, so the scene will opens with Hawk coming to. Now, sort of cellar. Let's see. Do we want to have him in a cellar? Because he's been dragged there. He doesn't know where he is. I guess his companions can be there, and it would be good to have sort of a cellar makeshift. But at the same time, how do we make it so that it translates that there's also supernatural presence, you know, the monsters as well? Maybe the fact that he is in a cellar is more disconcerting. Or with bands around his hands and ankles. Let's say a bad gash around his head. And a splitting headache. Let's say that there's going to be Elianda conscious, Charles unconscious. Charles looks very hurt. A treadmill in front of my table. I only get the office once a week. That's good. Working while running, yeah, that's good. Keep yourself in shape. Beautiful people. Hey, bless. Yes. I'm very happy. Apparently, we're discussing the pros of working from home and how blessed people are from working from home. How are you blessed? Did you have a good weekend? Thanks for the message, by the way. Yeah, but it's not a bad idea to be able to work from home. There's a lot of positives, but at the same time, I always found that if you work from home, you tend to work more, take less breaks. Myself, that's just me, maybe. Your weekend was eventful. Tell us about it. All right. Charles looks very hurt. There's a fourth figure awake and looking at him. In the corner, also tied up. So I guess this is the part of it. The thing is, I don't want this to be as if you were captured in a prison. I still want to maintain a supernatural aspect of the scene. I just don't know how to do that. Because he has been captured by the Ziza monsters that were on in the underground, and he's still in the underground. He's just in a different area. So how do I mean, could it be like they have a discussion, but then something needs to happen? What's the something that happens that triggers the unfolding of events? Could be that it's Charles coming too, or oh, it could be. These are in human form comes and brings water to the group, something like that. Could be. Water has poison to keep them sedated. Something along those lines. The mystery of the disappearing peak. Ah, cool. That's fun. Yeah, maybe it would be that. Okay, so let's see. I mean, his left arm would be okay. I don't want him to be injured. I don't want Hawk to be injured again. But at the same time, I want the headache to be eventually explained that it's actually what is put in the water more so than anything else. Maybe both of his companions could be unconscious then. They can have a discussion. Actually, why not? Unconscious. That would make more sense. And then the fourth individual in here would have a chat with Hawk. Get an understanding of things. It's burning. I'll be right back. Okay, and with that being said, I think I have enough for a little bit more to start the chapter. The first thing that Hawk noticed when came to was a splitting headache that was pulsating and ears. No, the splitting headache that in a band around his front. Front or around the front of his head. He could clearly feel blood pumping in the ears and from temple to temple, yeah. Ears. And with each pulse, the the a sharp stabbing pain would no, it would stab because that's kind of fucking redundant. Sharp stabbing pain would condense. No. Oh, come on, brain. Work with me, please. Today, I need you to work. With flare, thank you. With flare and his temples and behind his eyes. He shook his head, trying to clear his thoughts, but it felt as if he were dredging them through mud. Blinking, he tried to look around, but scene and focus. I suspect a migraine. That's a migraine. That's what I'm trying to explain. It's part of the poison actually that they're giving him. But he's gonna think because in the previous scene that where he was, there was a collapse over him, so he used his power to collapse the ceiling to save part of the group. He's gonna think that, because he has a gash on his head and all that, it's because of that, and he's gonna piece together that actually something is being given to him that is keeping him in that situation. So at the moment, it's just a scene. He's like this. He's coming to, and he's first focusing is the pain. He doesn't even realize what's happening around him. This is what I'm trying to describe at the moment. So first the focus is on the pain, then he's trying to understand the room, then he understands that he is in irons, clasped in irons, right? So this is how I see the scene. I'm trying to explain. So the first thing that Hawk noticed when he came to was a splitting headache that lay in a band around the front of his head. He could clearly feel the blood pumping in his ears, and with each pulse, the sharp stabbing pain would flare in his temples and behind his eyes. He shook his head, trying to clear his thoughts, but it felt as if he were dredging them through mud. Blinking, he tried to look around to put his scene into focus. And he found that, but he found, Jesus Christ, found that as difficult as a coherent thought. It took him several moments to center himself, slowing his breath and looking inward. Try and calm his heartbeat from pounding and making the pain even worse. The technique had been much easier, when training above, and he found it not extremely difficult, because that's redundant. How do you say something else other than extremely difficult? Found it frustratingly difficult. Difficult to achieve, as if he were grasping at smoke. And time. Jesus. Time. The problem is my thoughts are going quicker than I can type. That's why I make so many mistakes. I don't really care. I just want to get this down. Time. He managed to achieve some sense of calmness. And that in turn allowed him to put his focus back where he was. Back in the room where he was. The first thing he noticed was that his arms were staying above head. He tried moving them and realized that they had been clasped in irons. Their sound of the manacles? Manacles? Do you say manacles? Manacles. Yep. Yeah. Yep, that is the sound of the manacles. What? You don't know what manacles? Oh, manacles. Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. Clanking. Clanking. Against stone wall. Behind. So the first thing that Hawk noticed when he came to, it got on. It was the splitting headache that lay in a band around the front of his head. He could clearly feel the blood pumping in his ears, and with each pulse, sharp stabbing pain would flare in his temples and behind his eyes. He shook his head, trying to clear his thoughts, but it felt as if he were dredging them through mud. Blinking, he tried to look around to put a scene in focus, but he found that as difficult as a coherent thought. It took him several moments to center himself, slowing his breath and looking inward to try and calm his heartbeat from pounding and making the pain even worse. The technique had been much easier when training above, and he found it frustratingly difficult to achieve, as if he was grasping at smoke. In time, he managed to achieve some sense of calmness, and that in turn allowed him to put his focus back in the room where he was. First thing, was the feeling that his arms were above his head. Tried moving them and realized moved on that they had been clasped in irons. The sound of the manacles clanking on the stone wall behind him. He looked up and confirmed this, and then looked around. He felt his right eye fog up and hard to see through. As as he moved head around, he also felt another pain throbbing on his forehead. Not as sharp as the headache. He could taste the metallic, you know, taste iron in his mouth, and felt a tightening sensation going from the pain on his front or on the right side of front to down to his chin. This he must have had a nasty cut on his forehead. Although it felt, although he felt, no, he knew from experience or feeling, though see it had already stopped from bleeding. So basically what I'm trying to say is, like, because he can't really look at himself and especially at his own face, I'm trying to get the explanation that when you know you cut yourself, you feel now like the sharp pain here, but at the same time you also feel like the coagulation of the blood, and the blood kind of pulls. So it's kind of like if you ever had clay on your face, if you ever had blood. But when it hardens, it creates this thing, and along with the feeling and taste of iron and of metal, you know, metallic taste, and his mouth, he understands that perhaps, you know, he has a gash, and that's what he thinks the headache comes from. So it took him several moments to center himself, slowing his breath and looking inward to try and calm his heartbeat from pounding, making the pain even worse. The technique had been much easier training above, and he found it frustratingly difficult to achieve, as if he were grasping at smoke. Time, he managed to achieve some sense of calmness. That in turn allowed him to put his focus back in the room. It was. First thing he noticed was the feeling that his arms were above his head. By moving them, realized that it had been clasped in irons. Sounds of the manacles clanking against behind him. He looked up and confirmed this, and then looked around. He felt his right eye clogged up and hard to see through. As he moved his head around, he also felt another pain throbbing on his forehead, not as sharp as the headache. He could taste the iron in his mouth, and he felt a tightening sensation growing from the pain, the right side of his front down his chin. Pain on the right side of his front down his chin. Must have had an nasty cut on his forehead. Though it seemed to already stop from. Okay, so that's the first scene done. I won't be able to write a lot today just because I spent most of the time doing something else this morning, and also I just wanted to. It's a bit slower at the beginning because I just don't know where this chapter is gonna go. So going down the hoops of what we've just figured out here as an outline, going to see where the story takes us. And I looked down on Saul, and he was sprawl on not sprawl, because sprawl means kind of like laying flat. He was sitting against wall and felt the cold, damp pebble work, stonework underneath him through his trousers. That's a better way to just say that he was just sitting against the wall and on a humid ground. Um, Actually, let's do it that way. Show, don't tell. Okay. All right. So I think now is about the time that because he's kind of getting into focus. Now he's realizing what's kind of happened to him before, remembering more. So this would bring him in a situation of, oh shit. Suddenly, thought struck him like like a hammer on an anvil. His companions. What happened to them? The last thing he could remember was looking at his sister as the stonework had come crumbling down around him. Thoughts. Oh yeah, I saw a photo earlier. What was that photo for? Oh, is that Mew and Pikachu? Oh my god, those are awesome. Love those. Amazing, man. Really good. Really like them. Okie dokie. Last thing I could remember was looking at his sister as the stonework come crumbling down around him. Having a sense of acceptance and hope that what he'd done was fair in their life. Just as the realization struck his heartbeat started rising once more, and so did the iron band of pain around his head. Lasted up a that to himself. Even that came with effort. Okay, cool. Let's just keep. So I need to understand here. Did I basically highlight too much or not enough? His mind is still sluggish. First thing that Hawk noticed when he came was a splitting headache. And lay in a band around the front of his head. Clearly feel the blood pumping in his ears. With each pulse, a sharp stabbing pain would flare in his temples and behind his eyes. He shook his head, trying to clear his thoughts, but it felt as if he were dredging through mud. Blinking, he tried to look around, but the scene in focus found as difficult as a coherent thought. So this is already one part about the thoughts. Taking several moments to center himself, slowing his breath inward to try and calm his heartbeat from pounding and making the pain even worse. The technique had been much easier when training above this. He found it frustratingly difficult to achieve. If he was, but at this moment, found it frustratingly difficult to achieve. If he were grasping at smoke, in time, managed to achieve some sense of calmness. Gain. And that in turn allowed him to put his focus back in the room where he was. First thing you notice, focus back to his surrounding. I don't want to see the room because he doesn't know yet. Back to surroundings. First thing you notice, you first noticed feeling that his arms were above his head. By moving them, realized that they'd been clasped in irons. Sound of the manacles clanking against the stone wall behind him. He looked up and confirmed this, and then looked around. Felt his right eye clogged up. It was hard to see through. As he moved his head around, he also felt another pain throbbing in his forehead, not as sharp as the headache. He could taste the iron in his mouth. Taste a metallic hint. Taste hint of something. No, you could taste unmistakable. It was okay. Unmistakable metallic hint of blood. Mouth. A lick. I just can't fight. And he felt a tightening sensation growing from the pain on the right side of his face down the chin. He must have had a nasty cut on his forehead, although it seemed already stopped bleeding. Through his trousers, he felt the cold, damp stonework underneath him. Suddenly, the thought struck him, hammer on an anvil. On an anvil. His companions, what had happened to them? The last thing he could remember was looking at his sister as the stonework had crumbling down around him, feeling a sense of acceptance and hope for what he'd done, spare their lives. Just as the realization struck him, his heartbeat started rising once more, so did the iron band of pain around his head. Blasted headache, he said to himself. Even that. Okay, so that's only two instances of us explaining that his thoughts are sluggish. I don't want to put it too much. Ask it. Getting a grip over his breathing once more. Able finally look around where he lay. The old musky smell that had been accompanying them throughout their journey in the underground was much stronger here. On his right, the um, the room lay in darkness. Okay, cool. So the fact that the room lies in darkness is a prompt for Hawk to try and use his power, and then find that he can't. That's a good idea, yeah. Throughout their journey in the room lay in darkness. Save for sliver of light that came from the opening under the door that lay on his far right. The minute opening. Hawk panicked as he couldn't. Oh, maybe actually. Let's do that. That is a. Put it here. How panicked. As first, he couldn't see anything around him. Worried that the damage the stonework had done had caused him to lose his sight. To this, he took some deeper breaths and then realized that wasn't the case. He almost felt rest and steady himself once more, and then realized that it wasn't the case. The old musky smell that had accompanied them throughout that had accompanied throughout their journey. The other one was much stronger. They won that. Stop that. Here, the room actually lay in darkness, save for a sliver of light that came from the minute opening under the door that lay on his far right. With effort, he trying to access the power inside of his mind, but this came even harder than trying. As he felt complete emptiness behind conscious. Show don't tell. Okay. stay here. All right, let's see how this goes. 605 words. Granted, we don't really count these. The yeah, let's see how this part. The first thing that Hawk noticed when he came to was the splitting headache laying a band around the front of his head. He could clearly feel the blood pumping in his ears, and with each pulse, the sharp, stabbing pain would flare in his temples and behind his eyes. He shook his head, trying to clear his thoughts, and it felt as if he were dredging them through mud. Blinking, he tried to look around to put the scene in focus, but he found that as difficult a coherent thought as forming coherent thought. It took him several moments to center himself, slowing his breath and looking inward to try and calm his heartbeat from pounding and making the pain even worse. The technique had been much easier when training, but at this moment, he found it frustratingly difficult to achieve, as if he were grasping at smoke. In time, he managed to gain some sense of calmness, and that in turn allowed him to put his focus back to his surroundings. He first noticed the feeling, and his arms were above his head. By moving them, I realized that they had been clasped in irons. The sound of the manacles clanking against the stone wall behind him, and the tightening of the metal against his bare skin. Rough and sharp. Rough and sharp against the skin. He looked up and confirmed this, and looked around. Dismissed us. He felt his right eye clogged up, and it was hard to see through it, as if he moved his head around. As he moved his head around, so this is break it up. I felt another pain throbbing in his forehead, not as sharp as a headache. It tastes well, if you can't see through when it's dark, by the way. Hard. Open it, I think. Open it. And it makes sense, because then the flow makes sense. You can't see yet. Okay, as he moved his head around, he also felt another pain throbbing in his forehead. Not as sharp as the headache. He could taste the unmistakable metallic hint of blood in his mouth. And he felt a tightening sensation going from the pain on the right side, face down to his chin. He must have had a nasty cut on his forehead, though it seemed it had already stopped bleeding. Through his trousers, he felt the cold, damp stonework underneath him. Suddenly, the thought struck him like a hammer on an anvil. What had happened to his companions? The last thing he could remember was looking at his sister as the stonework had come crumbling down around him, feeling a sense of acceptance and hope that what he'd done would spare their lives. Just as the realization struck him, heartbeat started rising once more, and so did the iron band of pain around his head. Blasted headache, he said to himself. Even that keeps an effort. Getting a grip over his breathing once more, he was able to finally look around where he lay. Trying on. Jesus Christ. Try and look around where he lay. Hawk panicked. As at first, he couldn't see anything around him, worried that the damage the stonework had done had caused him to lose his sight. He took some deeper breaths to steady himself once more and then realized that it wasn't the case. The old musky smell had accompanied them through. I think this needs to go in this phrase above. It doesn't really make sense there. He took some deeper breaths to steady himself once more. The old musky smell that accompanied them throughout their journey in the underground was much stronger here. Then he realized that it wasn't his sight that was the problem. I don't know if it flows correctly here, but I think so. The room actually lay in darkness, save for a sliver of light came through the minute opening under the door that lay on its far right. With effort, he tried to access the power inside of his mind, but this came even harder as he felt a complete emptiness behind his consciousness. It became impossible. It was impossible. All right, cool. Hey. Of his mind. Then why do you give me all of your map? Yeah, that's a good setting. All right, cool. Let's continue for a wee bit more. I am half tempted to quote Skyrim here, where the person that's basically saying opposite of him can't really tell who they are. But the voice says, "Hey, you're finally awake." But if the person can't really see him in the darkness, that's a bit tricky. I am half tempted. Put a reference, but perhaps not. I don't think it will fit. So we could say, "Are you awake?" Came a voice opposite to him. Hawk couldn't recognize it, but sounded like an older man with raspy tone. I am, he replied, and coughed as his throat had gone very dry. Gone dry. Who are you? And you paused up. Who are you? And where are we? He asked. He heard a sound of metal clanking opposite of him, and then the rustling of stranger as he must have tried to stand up. Name Ethan. Like Ethan, let's double check that I haven't used this name just Actually, no. Ah, that would be even better. That would be better. Oh, I just had a thought. Oh, that is so good. That is so very good. Okay, cool. So, Norma, Margaret, Charles, Sasha. Oh, fuck. How far back do I have to go to remember the name? Because I haven't written down the name for fricks. Is it chapter 9? No. Uh, chapter 11? Maybe, yeah. So Norma's here, yes. Ethan, there you go. Don't talk about it. That's why I hadn't put names. Ethan. Go. So, name is Ethan. Friend. Voice said as to where we are. I think we're in a prison of sorts. Charles comes to, they discuss, blah. Okay, cool. All right. I think I'm gonna leave it here. Let my mind think about it. You know, subconsciously, it's always good, even actively. But I think that the way my mind works, like I get ideas and then I have to sit on them a little bit. They'll develop. I mean, we wrote a bit. How much did we write today? I don't know. 143 words is respectable. So we wrote a little bit. Managed to basically set the scene. I'm getting ideas more and more. Room isn't just prison. Right. So I'm getting more and more ideas. So this is gonna be better to leave it there, as I don't want to be writing and having to rewrite. Rather just give it a second, set in my mind, and then go in and write it. As there's a few ways that I can take the next part of this chapter, and I was thinking one way, and now I've gotten a different idea. Rather just take it like that. So what I'll do right now is I'll swap to Diablo, but I'll need some food. I haven't had lunch yet. So let's swap. That's it. I'm pretty happy with this. The progressing pretty okay. There's no problems on the horizon so far. We are managing to do pretty good. And where is this? This here. There you are. That's great. Should be able to change this. Combo 4. And then down. Sorry, just setting up this after. Okay. Yeah, below 4. Yep. Right. So with that being done and said and done. Update the streams. Update. Want me to update? Working? Yeah, it has. Hasn't updated. Happening. Why is it? Or is it this one that no? Not working. I'm multi-streaming, and for some reason, not updating on the multi. Updated on the Bob. So frustrating. Okay, try again. Close. Update my settings. Close settings. To Tableau. Not that it's really working for me the multi, but find still trying it because great if I give it up. Oh, that. This. That. Update. Still does a freaking. Go online. That. Yeah, fuck it. Alright, cool. I'll just BRB. I'll put some music for you guys to listen to, and I'll BRB. I'm just gonna make some food. I'll be back. I'm back. Oh no, those boots. Those boots. Sure. I mean, you're better gear than I am, for sure. Very good. Very good. That's what I was wondering the other day. Like, I saw you were asking for us to run you through pits, but you had better gear than I did. I was kind of surprised. I'm real happy for you. Looking pretty spiffy. Enjoy, Blast. Have a good one. And that's what I said. Like, you could have probably just run it yourself with that kind of gear. Pretty good. But I saw the gear and I was like, holy shit, dude. It's got really good pieces. Which is nice. As you can see, I got anything. Well, what I need to do today, need more obdicite, need more forgotten souls. Yeah, bless. Understandable. Yeah. Good old Diablo that trade. Told ya. So reliable. It does help immensely, honestly. Alright, so I'm thinking first off, get my sword. Also, we're getting the freaking BTR campfire chat in a couple of days. I wanted to check. Alright, so this is what the PTR, well, all the roadmap is going to be. And we're going to have, because this is a shorter season. For some reason, I don't know why they're making this a shorter season, realistically, because if you have a freaking 2-year anniversary, you wouldn't want to do it as short a season, but let's be honest, we don't have any freaking content to farm. So next up, we're gonna have Oragic powers. Yay, new powers. Dungeon escalation. I love how they put a pet, like it's woo content. Anyway, we have dungeon escalation, which we don't know what's gonna be, but maybe it's gonna be another form of endgame. I mean, let's be honest, dungeons have become obsolete. Can't get anything through them now that you can't get somewhere else in a better way. So we're going to get new anime dungeons activities, finally keyboard and mouse support, and more. So basically, why the frick didn't you just do like a 2-parter rather than do a completely new season for something so small? That's my question. Like, because that's what they did when they enabled the trials. Right, the trials were delayed, and then they would add it like as a second part of a season. And that's what they used to do as well in season 2. They had the abattoir of Zir at the end of the season. added like the last month, so then people have a reason to come back. I mean, yay. Okay, cool. We're just gonna have new powers to figure out which one breaks what class. Or it's gonna be powers that are very underwhelming or just complementary. Like the witch powers. Yeah, we're gonna have to see what shenanigans they're built, because realistically the meta is whatever the fixes the developers decide to do are gonna skew one class to do more, one class to do less. So of course if they put in some gear that's gonna be broken, it's gonna help build quite a lot. Just look at things. Did you see the banished lures just linked here? Oh, not been paying attention to that. Where? Where has the banished lure been linked? Is it Diablo 4? Oh, now I see it. Bro, that's awesome, man. That is insanely good, man. Congrats. Did you drop it or buy it? That's insane, man. That's amazing, dude. You must have had a heart attack when you saw it. Ah! Hey, waifu. Alright, so, how you doing, waifu? Did you have a good weekend? Oh. Hello, dude.
Hello.
Do. Okay.
I also won this in
Oh, no, you're sick.
stream.
I'm so here, bro. Okay. So, peeps, I will, Ooh, nice. Tunes. What are you happening? Where's the luck coming from, man? You gotta save some luck for next season. You won't have any after all.
I won that in Wise's stream.
That's amazing, dude.
He
Go grab
put it up to win.
something to munch on.
I
Oh
joined
shit, I forgot.
and I won.
I need to put something on them. List. Sorry. Alright, cool. Be right back. Look at it. I've embarked on a quest of getting 66 sparks. What the frick, man? You're only at 32. You're gonna be there forever. What are you getting 66 sparks for? Are you trying to get a 4GA?
Has he been doing the new character trick to get all these sparks?
I'm just saying, there's chances of actually getting that are astronomically small. But if you're hoping for that, but at least you're making your own goal in game. That's your end game now. But you know, and PTR, where you can open things up over and over and over. I think I've barely seen. Hey,
Yeah, the stream for the PTR is on Thursday, 22nd. Ah, he's farming Belial. Ah,
dude, what the hell, man? Thank you. I put it in the. And the generic pool to help people. Thank you very much, Silas. Thank you, buddy. Thank you very much. Just running full inventory of gambit chest. Good luck, buddy. Record the process. Post it on Discord. I want to see it happen. I mean, be nice to get an upgrade. I see. Wait. For a second, I was thinking I didn't have Torment 4. And the spark. I don't need no spark. Give me more. Honestly, the legendaries have been such a bad luck for me this season. Insanely bad on the sword. On the rogue are fine, but the sword has just been crazy. I've opened so many chests as well. On the sword. I just haven't seen anything with. Like, in the end, I don't even look for anything incredible. Like, give me a freaking max life at least. You know?
yeah, that banish laws I got was the first 4GA that's
Good
actually useful.
morning, Say. How are you? I have so many useless 4GA items. I know the feeling.
Yep,
I
so
know
do
the
I.
feeling. What can we do? That's the name of the game.
Tried to sell 3 of them to no avail.
Hey, yo.
Hey, yo.
Good, I'm good. How was your weekend? Yeah, exactly same. Hey, Liv. Luffy's here.
Hey, Ninja.
Oh shit, I can't hear you. Wait, has
Can't
Tunes been
hear
talking this whole time? Holy shit!
Yes,
Sorry,
I
guys.
have.
For some reason I can't hear you at all.
Can you hear us now?
Can you hear?
Hello, 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 hello.
Muted us.
Yeah.
How you doing, Toons?
Not working.
I'm doing okay.
Oh,
Little tired, but I'm alright. How you doing?
I know why.
kind of fine,
Oh,
I think.
How's it in Ireland today? Sunny?
huh?
It's very sunny, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, sunny here as well. In good old
Uh,
South Wales.
Ooh.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah,
I
the
just
weather,
didn't
the
know.
weather's really nice.
Oh, can hear now. Hey, that's working.
Hey, you go.
Hey,
There you go. Hello, everybody. Sorry about that. Technical
Hello.
difficulties.
hello. Oh no.
Um, okey-dokey.
I was saying that Banish Lords is the only good 4G8 that I've actually got in this.
Oh my
This
god,
season.
Ooh,
dude.
I got the
All the
Scoundrels
others.
Ladders.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's not fun. It's not fun at all. Honestly, don't know what's happened with Blizzard this season. It's not a good.
Yeah, slow.
Anyway,
They're a
I don't know
small
how why
indie.
does
They're a
it.
small indie dev company.
of course,
Jesus, guys.
our mantra. That's the mantra of the channel.
And expect too much from a small indie dev
Indie
company.
dev company.
No, like
yeah.
this. You cannot. So I need Semixan, no? Right, where are my freaking runes? Cool.
They also got a new controller ninja.
Yeah, he told me the
Yeah.
DualSense one, the Pro thingy, my
Yep.
bob. How's it
Oh
feel?
yeah.
It's very nice.
Awesome.
Have you programmed the buttons now?
No, not yet. Still just doing it regular, but
It's enough, right?
it's enough. Yeah, like I can really like feel the instant of the buttons. Usually there was like a little bit of a delay.
Mm.
You're a
These feel
pro now.
instant. I can hold buttons down and it'll do multiple actions.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Uh, so it's a little bit heavier than the normal DualSense controller, but
Because it's packed
it's
full with
something.
stuff.
Yeah, but it's something I'll get used to.
I'm sure you will.
It's still pretty lightweight.
So many, I have 16 4GA items. Holy shit. Best of time in Nice, babysitting and just enjoying life a bit. That's amazing. That's basically what I did with Noah and my wife, just chilling and doing nothing much other than that. Which is, fairly busy time when you have a baby. Well, maybe it's not even a toddler. Take after. That was good. Lots of fun. Right, cool. Let's do a bit of
How was your weekend, Ninja?
good. It was relaxed.
Good.
Just as I kind of
Did you,
unplugged a
did you
lot.
manage to catch up on sleep at all?
A little bit. What we do on weekends is we try most of the time, unless I'm completely exhausted because I've done like several 13-hour days or something like that.
Yeah.
We do like 1 day and 1 day. So basically, I sleep in 1 day and then my wife sleeps the next day. That way, because Noah wakes up at 7:30 in the morning.
Mhm.
So, and you gotta wake up. There's no two ways about it. No matter how
Mhm.
exhausted you are.
Mhm.
So yeah, that was good.
Just hope that like he settles down during the day so you could have just like a little like 15-30 minute nap on the sofa or something.
Oh, that'd be nice, but yeah. By the time you put him down and he rolls around and you see that he's finally gone to sleep, and he has a thing where he just loves to sleep no more than 13 minutes. Like timed on a clock, you could just time it on a clock, and he's just gonna sleep only 30 minutes, and then after 30 minutes, he's done. Like there's nothing else. So yeah, it's always an interesting thing when he
Our
does
naps,
that.
I like it.
Yeah, I don't. I wish he slept. He's had a couple of days now where he's slept an hour and a half, and that's always wonderful. It allows, especially my wife, because she's the one looking after him throughout the day. It allows us to have a bit more time rather than just like rushing. But yeah, got a 4G flicker sip earlier. I thought I was rich for 0.5 seconds. Yeah, I don't think this season you do much with the 4G flicker sip.
I don't think so.
No.
Last season, yeah, you could have. There's not a lot of people that are using the Cataclysm build, which I think would be the only one that at the moment truly makes use of the flicker step, one of the variants. So
Yeah, not many people playing Druid this season.
yeah, I don't think that's going to change much. I don't think, except for last season, it was completely unintentional last season that we've had a decent
Was it
Druid.
only strong because of the snapshot?
Yeah. Well, yeah, because right now you can do it again without the snapshot, but without the snapshot, it's so annoying to set up that most people don't care to do it. It's just not worth it, especially when you have classes like Sork, Rogue, Setter, and then when they come on, like, because it also requires gear, so it's not, oh, you just know how to snapshot and then it just takes care of things. You need gear. So if it's so high maintenance to get it going on top of everything else, people just like, well, I'll just go Rogue or something else. There are some
Just go
people
rogue,
that
it's easy.
there are some people who enjoy it.
It's easy and it does a lot of damage.
Or go Sork as well. Bailey. Anywho, what about you, Tunes? Did you have a good weekend? Did you enjoy yourself?
Yeah, not too bad.
I was keeping an eye out every once in a while in chat and Discord. I saw you guys were having lots of fun last night. There was a big party in here. So it was nice. Gotta grab Daza by the ear later whenever I can. Have a chat with him.
Mm.
Oh, yeah.
Why?
Just because we need to ensure that if people want to be part of the community, they ensure that they don't, like, they follow the rules.
Mm.
So not trying to. It's okay. It's between me and him. It's all right. Figure it out or not.
Yeah, because I wasn't in there much
Yeah.
yesterday because I was playing with Missy.
Oh, how is she doing?
Yeah, she was just very tired this weekend, and she didn't want to be in the disco with loads of people.
Yeah. But you guys can always, like, if you just chillax,
Hmm.
yeah, you can always do like you did. It's good to
Hmm.
be able to just spend time amongst yourselves, because then nobody feels excluded, and it's just you guys.
Hmm.
There's no big deal. Everybody needs to enjoy their gaming in the way they want. Important. Gaming is for most people is a way to decompress, to relax. It isn't relaxing. What's the point, right?
Yeah, I just think social battery was depleted this
Yeah.
week.
Oh, absolutely.
So
That
Mine
happens.
mine is as well.
Mm.
Yeah, I won't hop on Discord when I'm having one of those days myself personally.
Hmm.
It's a bit different for me, unfortunately, because like I kind of have problem facing, but still, it happens to everybody. Right. Where is the thinking thing? I always forget where the mysteries thingies are. Oh, me. So happy. pants.
A GA helm which no one uses.
We haven't used GA helm since forever, actually, because everybody just
Because
defaults to
everybody
Shackle.
wants either
or-
Harlequin's Crest or Air Petition.
Exactly. And it's become like that since forever, actually. I remember one time I had like the Necro. It was the one season that you had Necro. What was it? Oh, season 4 at haphazard when minions were good for half a second, and like we'd have the you can send 3 or 4 G gas slayer, yeah. Cool. I mean, it's gonna end up in a bin, but anyway. But he plays it. Unless, to be fair, actually, that's not true. You could try and sell it for a wee bit of billions if you need the money, because if people don't have the Shaco, you can still use it as
If
a
people
backup.
don't have the Shaco, you can use.
Before, like it was that one season where the Necro didn't actually need the Shaco because it was fine without it, and it was really fun. And I had basically a GA on my Necro with cooldown on it, GA'd, which was the only thing GA'd, and it was insanely good. But Shaco is so powerful. Like, needs so many pieces to make up the Shaco cooldown on masterwork on the cooldown. So there's no real piece of gear that can replace how powerful the Shaco can be. Just on that front, and then you add the fact that he gets +1 to our skills. Just overall insane. Champion. Oh, champion. Bye, champion. I will say, I hope the season ends, but the sword can still be viable, because it'd be a shame if next season again we're going back to Shatter, because that's the only way to deal with freaking bosses again. Real shame.
There'll probably be something in the Herodrum powers that probably does that, though.
Yeah, we hope, because in the end, if you think about the witchcraft powers, they were kind of like support powers more so than actual beneficial strength of powers.
We'll probably see how broken it is in PTR, and then they'll nerf it.
As usual,
and then
yeah.
someone will find something that actually works for the season.
Exactly.
That's the way it usually works, anyway.
Oh yeah, always, yeah.
I just hope for a minion Necro.
Same. I really like Minion Necro. It's a
I
shame.
just hope they just bring up a lot of builds, up to par with the others.
I would love to. We'll see. My surprises yet.
More variety for players.
How are you, Zan? How was your weekend, buddy? Did you have fun? There she goes. There she blows. Alright, so out of here for a sec. Where the mobs start. Oh. Birthday was yesterday? Hey, happy birthday, buddy. Happy birthday. It was very good. Tried to spend time with the family, relax as much as we could, and enjoy the time. Managed to get some reading done, which is not something that is necessarily easy for me to do. Managed to have a little bit of time to do that. All in all, it was good. Very good. Very happy. Relaxing. Didn't manage to hop on Friday. I was so exhausted. I was falling asleep on a couch, and I was thinking, like, how am I going to be able to entertain people?
No.
I need to be better now because in a couple of weeks I'm gonna change the schedule a little bit because I'm gonna have to go pick up Noah from daycare on 3 days a week. Kind of, the lady's kind enough to bring him close to us, but still, I gotta end up the stream earlier, around 5ish, and get ready and all that, and take care of Noah until the wife comes home, and then I'll come back for like an hour and a half, finish up the stream, and then do it in the evening because otherwise I'll lose too many hours. So it's like but till 7:30. So we'll see how it goes. And because of that, I can't really push streams to like 3-4 a.m. Maybe one day a week maximum, but it takes a toll. Because again, if I just didn't have anything else to do during the day, or no one to take care of, it would be different. But when you have to look after people, you need the energy at the end of the week. Otherwise,
Very true.
I can't all fall on the shoulders of my wife. She's already amazing. I can't let her do everything. Active again. Happy birthday, no worries. Oh, I made it. Oh, she didn't buy. Didn't I? God. What, squeeze the blood and a behilate. Cool. Let's go open up some chests. So funny. When you move too quickly, these things appeared from the floor. The tremors appeared on the floor from the hell tights. I noticed. It won't happen before. You have to move very quickly, like on a horse. That's when it'll be like showing up from the ground. Ah. If people keep farming her, I don't mind kind of getting some free stuff. Don't have to farm too hard with it. Cool. So many Bakulates on a floor. I'd love to see that. No, I don't need help. Perhaps go into the alley area. Yeah, the other one. So I'm just gonna do the usual shenanigans of running hold tight before I start helping others. That way it helps me farm more things. And then realistically we're gonna go for doing some hordes and refinement runs because I need me some refinement. Right.
Oh yeah. Need a lot of that stuff.
Also allows you to warm up a bit.
Yeah.
Get even more carpal tunnel with the sock.
Exactly. 3 billion, a good price for GA Herald. For GA Herald, I don't know. I've not used the Herald. I think usually 3-4 billion for a piece that is non-used for any build. So if you double check that is not used in any build, and you double check that nobody's trying to undercut you because there's a new build and somebody figured it out, and now you're gonna like give up 10-30 billion. And yeah, because usually off build or non-interesting to builds, 4Gs and 3Gs go around that 3.5 to 4.5 like kind of mark. So yeah.
Okay.
All right.
I actually got my first triple masterwork yesterday.
Nice. What was it
Yes.
on?
Max life on the crossbow of my rogue.
Nice.
Nice.
You're now more tanky
Yeah.
I got
and
that on
more
my
of a power
Doombringer.
damage. Oh wow,
Got
that's,
it on your
that's good.
Doombringer. Oh, I've spent at least 300,000 up the side and always stop at double hit.
Yeah, I do hope eventually they change that way of like upgrading things. Like I was saying the other
Yeah.
day, I think if they had a way for us to kind of keep where you are, like if let's say you've hit double and you
Yeah,
just go
waifu had a
back.
good idea, like use spark, you know? You have to
Oh
give
yeah.
up a spark and then you can save it. I mean,
Yeah, you could do something like that, but Sparks is RNG. I'd rather reward people who can farm consistently. Spark is extremely RNG, especially this season. Like before, I would say yeah, no problem, but this season, we realized how scarce getting an item is, and I'd rather just just provide a better way to either make it extremely cheap to masterwork upgrade for all materials, because in the end it's not just the object side that you need and that you make stars this season. It's been everything, including freaking veil crystals and forgotten souls you can't even farm anymore.
yeah.
Yeah, I would say vanilla is going for it. That's what I was saying earlier, which is check if somebody's not undercutting your thing too much, right? So always check what it's sold for and what they usually go for before you sell something. Last in this health I did complete caca, so I will have to open them up. Yeah, there. Up there. Oh yeah. Okay, so this is 150. What are we going? Just Right, so how are we doing, Matt? Okay. Same. Between 20 and 40 bill they've been sold for, then yeah. That's why I always check. Always check. Like I said, if it's an off build or something that nobody uses, when I was, for example, making the Blood Surge build last season, because the at the very beginning, you know, because I Blood Wave was the bee's knees. Everybody wanted to do Blood Wave. I realized pretty quick it's too slow to do anything Blood Wave. So therefore, I went and got to try and make Blood Surge quickly. I got 4 GA pieces for it because it was very cheap. For like 3 billion and 4.5 billion, respectively. The two of the pieces I needed, and with perfect stats and everything. And it was really easy, right? But then people started catching up. You needed a bit of a quicker build as a Blood Surge to be able as a Blood Wave to be able to farm content. So, and this suddenly shot up to 15, 20, 30 billion each. You always want to check the market. I always want to check the market and see what's going to happen before you agree to trade. Also, I never go for sale on offer. I always trade on price. So I never offer people unless it's absolutely an item that I really need. And there's like 4 of them in the marketplace. I always put for sale with a clear price, and I usually undercut by a decent margin what other people have sold the item for. Therefore, I always ensure that I don't sit and with inventory items that will, like they're just taking up space. And same thing for when I'm offering. I always like go for items that have a price on them. I don't waste my time otherwise.
Yeah, it's better that way.
That's why I can sell and trade really quickly, because I'm like my sales tend to be on a much better price than usual. And yeah, I'll lose maybe 5 billion or 3 billion or whatever, but at the same time, I'm not gonna sit for 3 weeks with that item in my inventory for nothing. My idea of, like, especially at the beginning, I'm just volume, quantity over quality for me. At the beginning, I'm like, yep, get me to sell everything. Yep. Hey, Realize, how are you, buddy? How you doing? Good. How was your weekend? Mine was chilled, relaxed, good. Spending time with the family. Loink. My road test, I think I passed. That's awesome. Is it for car driving or something else? What other vehicles I tested for? Hey. Oh, that's awesome. It's strange because where I got my license, which is in Italy, you'll when you do the car driving test, you hop in a car with your driving instructors on the right, and then you actually have somebody sent from the government on the back seat, and then you have like other 2 people that are going to take your spot once your test is done, in the back seat, and then you're going to be just driving with them in the car, and they'll have literally your license ready, printed, and done there and then. And then if you make any mistakes and they fail you, they'll cut the license in front of you, and they'll be like, "Yep, see you next time." Whereas if you've passed, you just have your license as soon as you get out of the car, and you know that you passed. Sounds nerve-wracking, yeah. But that's how it's supposed to be. You're driving a freaking God knows how many ton vehicle, depending on what kind of car you drive. And I've seen idiots get it. Honestly, it's like idiots that should not have gotten it get it. So it's not super nerve-wracking. Tell you, the most nerve-wracking for me was driving to the hospital with my wife pregnant, about to give birth in our car. With I stopped started a couple of times because Edinburgh is a lot of uphill. And funny story, which is actually true. On the way to the hospital that morning, it was I think around 9 that we were in the road, and it was Saturday morning. And at one of the stop starts, I actually had the police car right behind me. So I was like, "Shit, they're gonna stop me now." It's gonna be like in the movies. They're gonna say like, "You did something bad." And I was like, "Yeah, but my wife is pregnant, please." That was nerve wracking, I can tell you, but it was fine. Nothing bad happened. Everything went well. Oh yeah. Okay. That's my day 12 grinding a shroud so I can complete my blood away and blood surge bill. Oh, good luck, buddy. Good luck.
Mhm.
Good luck. Hope you get it. That's why I always the first trades that I do in a season are for, well, of course, the first ones are for initial gold. Well, the first proper trade I do are for getting those rooms done, so I can use my sparks as soon as I get them to enable. Because most of the builds now are majorly enabled by having freaking mythics, and if you
You mini mythics, yeah.
don't have them, you're screwed. You're not gonna have a good time. Okay. So because I'm gonna be running hordes, I think the best is gonna be my sword rather than actually my rogue. I think sword just has a better mobility all around. Not that it really matters, but what do you guys think? What should I run for hordes? Especially if I'm running refinement runs after a horde. It's gonna be like that. Wasted maybe about 1.6 billion on gold. At this point I pulled maybe 6 out of his Legend Grandfather. Or for sure, yeah. And yeah, unfortunately, yeah, I don't advise gambling it. That's the truth about it. With 6.6, you could have by now crafted both of them. That's why I just don't risk it. And then after that, everything else I just gamble. It doesn't really matter, you know. I just ensure that the first piece of gear is the one I need, and then after that, I don't care. Get it, don't get it. With a right GA, it doesn't matter. And I was very fortunate on sort that, despite the fact that my pieces were not the correct GA for the mythics, my mythics triple masterwork almost like right away. on the right stuff. So this one triple masterwork on attack speed with a GA on critical strike chance, and this one triple masterwork on cooldown reduction. And so I was like, cool. And in fact, I've gotten Shaka with the Ring of Stardust guys with attack speed. I don't think I've gotten a Shaka with a better GA, with cooldown reaction. But even if I did, I don't think I would try and triple masterwork because this season is miserable. Try and do. They really have nerfed the drop rates for all the items alongside Object Sight. So Object Sight is fine. The other items, especially Forgotten Souls, are just miserable to try and farm. So I'm like, that. Oh, the bright side I got here, Doombringer and a Starless, guys. There you go. Always look at the bright side.
This game needs a pick everything up button. Or area pickup, I don't care. One of the two.
And it's to have pets that pick up your items for you, like in the first Ascendant.
Yeah.
Filter,
I
loot
mean,
filter,
Yeah,
and
pick up
auto
everything.
dismantle.
I mean, even an old ass game like Sacred has area pickup, so
Really?
yeah.
Sacred, that's an old game.
Yeah, and has area pickup. No reason for Diablo not to have it.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, guys, they're a small indie dev company. You know,
Sacred is from a small indie dev company too.
They gotta take their time to do these types of things.
Of course. Of course. As I said, they're just prioritizing the next, like an expansion, and then the next cosmetics, and then after that, the next PTR season, and then there's like a ghost team that's probably doing the next PTR season and this season to fix the bugs.
I mean, just imagine opening the boss chest and clicking one button and everything is in your inventory.
Exactly. Imagine that.
Yeah.
They're a small indie dev company, guys. You gotta give them time.
Of course.
I am giving them time.
About 2 years to come up with a solution for it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I've seen indie dev companies that, the funny fact is because they are so big, they can't do things as quickly because before, like, a small company is a lot more limber on its feet. You don't have so many bosses and people to go through to make a decision, and you have more effective executive power. So you're like, okay, so I'm the boss. I'm gonna say let's do this. We're gonna do that. And if somebody in the team is a manager that I trust, I'm gonna let them use activity power to do that. When you're in a corporation, you have so many branches above you that before anything that could impact the bottom line.
Red tape.
Yeah, exactly. Anything that could impact the bottom line. So they're like, no, we need to run it plus this, plus that. Sometimes they even have focus groups.
You gotta run it by legal teams and stuff like that as well.
Yeah, and stakeholders that just want money.
Yeah, focus groups. You have to run. You have meetings about the KPIs, so key performance indicators, and you're like, oh yeah, will this affect this KPI? Because that's how they think. They're not thinking, oh yeah, let's make the game the most fun. It's like, okay, how do we improve this KPI? How do we improve the fact that, I don't know, the on-screen time on average this season has been lower than the on-screen time on average last season, And the solution they came up with is, well, let's make it more tedious and longer for people to level up, because apparently people.
That's because the people that decide the stuff don't play.
Exactly, and you can clearly see that. That is very true. I remember in the PTR chat last season, they were like, yeah, because 50% of the game as leveling and 50% of the game as the end game. And I'm like, wait, what? Have you even played this game at all? Like, what do you mean 50% of the game is leveling? Like leveling, everybody wants to
More
get
like
done and dusted.
10%.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody wants to get it over with as quickly as possible.
90% of the game is end game.
Exactly.
And
And
then there's 1% ultra endgame,
yeah.
which will be pit pushing.
And anybody knows that leveling is the tedious side of things.
Exactly. Yeah, say vanilla. Publicly traded companies are, by law, are liable to their shareholders, not the consumers. Okay. So this is the main problem, and that's all stems down to that. So if your shareholders are dictating what's to be done, when a shareholder only cares about money, literally a lot of investors that are shareholders don't know what a game is. They never played a fucking game in their life. They don't really care about that stuff because they have to make money every day, right? So they don't care about it, right? So they just don't care and will never will play the game, touch the game, or anything like that. They're just, just look at Blizzard's. Like I would haphazard. If you look at Blizzard's shareholders, I'll tell you that BlackRock and Vanguard are probably some of the biggest shareholder for Blizzard. Now I don't know how it works with Microsoft having bought them up, quote unquote, bought them up, because either they bought up like what is called the shares not executive share is a controlling share company, or they bought out the company outright. But I would haphazard is like if there's BlackRock and Vanguard, which have their hands in, like, they're huge investment funds that have their hands in everything in the world. These people don't fucking care, but they have the vast majority of percentages usually together, and so they just care about the bottom line, about money. Tencent, yeah, probably. Even if not directly necessarily, but they do it through subsidiaries, but yeah. Yeah, and the thing is what these companies also do is, like, you have times like COVID have happened where a lot of people were spending more time at home, and they use that as a baseline for growth, because what they do is they projection every single quarter to the next quarter to the next quarter.
That was a big mistake.
Yeah, and they did it everywhere. Tesco here in the UK did that a lot. So what ends up happening is the capitalistic model is unsustainable. They live in a world where infinite growth needs to happen, right? Every year you need to grow. And the only way that you can infinitely grow is slowly start making your product shittier, firing people, and running on skeleton teams. But even then, eventually you'll run out of growth. Like, plateauing at a very good standard is still very good, but people, like, companies don't care about that. Like, shareholders just want more money. So what they end up happening is they'll use a baseline of a year as a, where there was a blip or something happened. They don't really necessarily go too much in depth into why it went so well. They more tend to go in depth into when it goes badly.
That was the problem.
And that's what happened with COVID. I mean, there's so many factors into why people.
so many people were at home, and obviously people are bored. They want to do stuff. So what do? They buy games to pass the time. And the majority of the gaming companies saw that as a way to hire people and push more of their content out.
Exactly.
But unfortunately, as people started going back to work, the people were playing less and less games.
Exactly.
And obviously then you've hired all these people and you now have no use for them.
Yeah.
And that's why there's been a lot of layoffs in the gaming industry.
Yeah. Not just in the gaming industry.
Because they didn't see, oh, this is a pandemic. This is like a once in a lifetime type of thing. And they should have been more smarter about it.
Yeah. COVID was the biggest transfer of wealth ever in human history. Yeah, you're right. And the biggest winners were hobbyists, collectors, games industry, which again, video game industry is one of the biggest industries in the world. It's one of the best ones to invest in usually, because of how big the market is, especially mobile. But mobile makes up for the biggest money, actually, funny enough, because that's where all the rich people go and spend money, or even people that are not necessarily rich, but they shouldn't be spending money. They will spend money. Um, so yeah, the idea was that not only did they hired as per requirement, because it's normal that if you have a higher request of work, you will hire those people, but they didn't plan with the idea of we will keep them in the long run, or transform the roles, or use this period of time to transform the company into a more intelligent machine that can make use of the extra hands. It was just more of the same status quo kind of thing, just more hands on deck. And the other thing, as I said, is they created it as a baseline for the year afterwards, right? So they're like, oh yeah, so we've expected this year to go like this, then for our next year it's going to go like that. And on the basis of the benchmarks, again, when you're making billions, you're not really losing money. You're not doing poorly. It's just that because against the benchmark that was unsustainable, you said, "Oh, we were expecting, I don't know, 5% growth, which is insane as a corporation of this size. But in fact, we've gone back 20% because, or 10% because it's COVID that kind of stopped." Then the first thing that happens is, oh yeah, we have money, but we're gonna fire everybody that we can fire just so that we can meet the quota, right? So the idea isn't necessarily that the people weren't affordable to be kept on board. It's just that it wasn't profitable enough with the growth that they had planned to keep them on board, which is the cherry on top of the shit pie that people had to deal with. Hey, Celsius, how are you, buddy? How was your weekend?
Yeah, but the thing is, though, they didn't plan like ahead. You
No, no.
can't keep like looking like year on year. You have to like plan ahead, and that's was their mistake with COVID. Was
Well,
like they didn't plan ahead. They didn't plan that, you know, people people after this pandemic were gonna go back to work and people will be playing less games and stuff like
yeah,
that. So
yeah, but it was an unsecured time. Nobody knew what was gonna happen. I mean, we didn't know
exactly.
if we were going to go back or if this was the new status quo of the world. In a way,
Mm.
on that, yeah, I understand they couldn't have planned for anything, but everything else they could have, because once they saw that they were still making a lot of money, but just not the expected growth, they didn't need to
Yeah.
fire. They could have used the teams better, but it's just easier to just fire to show that there's been growth, because I mean, it's just that simple. You're just like, oh, okay, how do we save up money? Just fire, or cut on costs on production, or all this kind of stuff. It was great. I had a nice day in the garden grilling. Oh, what did you grill? That's nice. Yeah, it was good, relaxing. Had fun with the family and all that. That was very good. Right. How many do we have now? 780. Cool. Codependence is good without at least to wait. I was reading something else. Small companies didn't close too well. To close while bigger stay afloat. Yeah, that was the. But that was the failing on a lot of governments, and I don't want to get into too much political stuff. But yeah, the government should have not done what they did. It was a freaking open season for bigger corporations because they just like did whatever they wanted. They never had to close, whereas the smaller businesses just went out of business because they couldn't compete or because they were forcefully shut down. Government. We shouldn't go down the path of evolution when we remove codependency, and codependency is good without elusive cutting out creation example works and cut out of era. Yeah, As I said, we try and stay away from too much political stuff. Years, but yeah. Okay, doke. So I'm gonna be running some hordes. Anybody wants to join up? Hordes.
Sure. I would like to.
Yeah, I'll do some.
Show me a join request.
I just got a 2GA Starless Skies.
Nice.
X speed and crit.
Oh yeah, we're still sort of on topic. I'm fine with it. I'm always mindful that when we get into too much of a, you know, into a certain side of the talk, I just kind of like to reel it in from that side and go in somewhere else, just to avoid the whole drama situation. Would you like to join us for some hordes, Vanilla? I'm happy for people to just to engage and discuss and things. I'm mindful that when we get into the too much political stuff, then it starts becoming, you know. So that's when I was, you know, the whole idea of corporations and big companies, it's all because of what the government did and didn't do. That was a failure in all governments, not just ours. The closer you get to real political stuff, yeah, exactly. And the cheer ready.
So have you heard the joke with the 3 rogues and the waypoint?
No, what is that?
No, that's not joking. Just commentary on the fact that we are 3 rogues. Because it's easy. And it does a lot of damage.
Ninja's a star.
I'm a Sork. You
Oh, you're
failed.
right now? Okay.
You are failed. Yeah.
No, why are you on your sword?
Oh. That's because if I'm for running anything, it's quicker. It's just
True. It's just fast.
they're on board. I'd be down, but I'm taking a little Diablo break, everyone. I was probably live earlier today. Fair enough. Okay, so anybody in the chat that wants to join us, exclamation mark join gets into the queue. So by now, we're going to be doing hordes and some trivia runs. So see also on how busy the whole community is. Don't know that there's a lot of people right now in the game. No idea. It's a weird season, this one, because it's a half season, or not really half season, but it's just shortest. Kind of.
Kind of like what, 2 months instead of 3?
Yeah, 2 months, and then on top of that, like I noticed that the 3 week mark is always less and less people playing. You notice quite a drastic drop off in people wanting to do stuff together.
Yeah, people have already got all this stuff that they need.
And they don't need to play further. That's the thing. Like they don't want to further play or play the game. They just move on to something else.
To go back to PoE 2 or
Yeah.
to play something. Doom just came out.
Exactly.
Doom: The Dark Ages just came out.
I've kind of heard mixed reviews about the game.
Yeah, I heard it doesn't look that good.
No, I've seen people play it as like, this don't look great.
Yeah, I saw like a video of it, and it looks like an RTS.
It's like Doom Eternal looked better than this.
Yeah.
I don't know. For me, it's I'm still gonna try and play it whenever, but it's not on the top of my.
I don't listen. I generally don't listen to reviews.
I have a plethora of single player games to play, so. Alright, cool.
Just waiting for Metal Gear Delta sneaky to August.
I still need to go to New Game Plus in Armored Core.
Okay. I still need to do New Game Plus Final Fantasy 16.
Oh yeah.
I wanted to play Final Fantasy 16. How is it?
You like the Devil May Cry series?
Yeah. Well, what
Then you're
little I
like Final
played, yeah.
Fantasy 16.
Okay, cool.
Because the combat director for Devil May Cry is the combat director for Final Fantasy 16.
Fair enough. All right, so we'll do some like
It is,
refinement runs.
yeah, it's basically Devil May Cry combat.
Oh, that's good. Yeah. Is the story good? Because if the combat is good, then that's the next doubt I have.
It's okay. It's okay.
All right. Just okay.
That's my opinion, though. A lot of people love it, so.
Oh, okay, cool. I just like I was a humongous fan of Final Fantasy 15 until I got to the second part of the game. Like I love Final Fantasy 15 with all its issues. I really loved that. And then you get to the second part of the game, which is the enter the city that looks like Venice. And from there, you can clearly see that they didn't have enough time and just kind of got messed up. And so the game becomes very narrowed in and very different and rushed. And I was very disappointed.
Yeah, it becomes linear, doesn't it? When you get there.
Yeah, it does. It's a completely different game. It's like a completely different team made it.
Yeah.
So that's why I didn't hop on. One of the reasons why I've been told to try the Final Fantasy VII remake. I've never played Final Fantasy VII, so I've always wanted to. And apparently the remakes are pretty good. And
the city, right?
Yeah,
probably do not.
Yeah, well, the refinement is quicker. I have 10 of them. So.
Okay.
I mean, it's the best bang for your buck kind of situation, you know?
Yeah, that's true.
If you want quick refinement, you want to do these ones.
Right, let me know when you get to the boss floor and I'll join you.
Okay.
You're not running through.
Yeah. Civilian asks if I don't know if I have what kind of games do you play? Do you play a lot of games that aren't RPG like BOE? I played a plethora of games. I don't really have necessarily any preference on the games I play, so long as they have a great story or they hook me. I've played Path of Exile 2, for example. I barely did my toes in PoE 1, and why am I lagging so much? And on the other genre of ARPG, I haven't really tried much. Like I played Diablo 1, 2, 3 as well, but I haven't really tried new ones. Regarding everything else, I tend to gravitate more towards stuff that I can play together with others, the community, or great single-player games experiences. Those are my things. Horror games, especially. I love horror games. So to give you an example, I played The First Descendant, and Alien Isolation, and I was starting. I was starting to play Resident Evil 4 just as the new season came out, and so that has got like.
We're already done, Ninja.
And yeah, I'm just gonna go check if there's a goblin. Yes. And other than that, what else? I mean, I've played Marvel Rivals. Okay, we can teleport on us now. Played Marvel Rivals. I played yeah, just that lately, basically. I have a gazillion single player games I love to get through. But given that I play mostly and primarily Diablo, it doesn't really allow me to do that. At the beginning of a season, I can only do that as the season progresses and dies down. Then on a Friday, I usually have like single player game Friday. And then other games on other days, like on odd days, I'll play one game, and on even days, I'll play the other one. This is how I've done before, personally. Yeah, I've streamed the horror games, the Alien Isolation. I streamed all of them. Funny enough, back when I was streaming, nobody like knew of me. I streamed what's his name? Before Alien Isolation, it was Callisto Protocol. So those are the 2 games I played that were horror, and I was getting
very disappointed by that
yeah.
because it was the team that made Dead Space, and I was like, oh,
It tried to be Dead
hopeful.
Space so hard.
It was Dead Space, but it lacked like the story wise. It was very derivative of Dead Space, extremely derivative of Dead Space. There was nothing original. The gameplay was okay. The graphics were incredible.
The gameplay was basically narrow passageways.
Yeah, and a lot of dodging and smashing and stuff like that, which is not really my style.
Yeah, yeah.
But the thing is, if there hadn't been a Dead Space, that game would have been good because of the story. Oh, Goblin. Cause then yeah, it was very unique. But otherwise, yeah, it was very just Dead Spacey. I also played a lot of. Oh, go ahead.
Love Dead Space.
Yeah, me too.
I love the Dead Space remake. I wanted them to remake Dead Space 2, but I don't think it's going to happen.
I've not played the remake, but I played the first 3 so many times. I'm just like not gonna play them again.
3 was disappointing for me.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. Sometimes there are only bad ones because compared to something better. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, for me, I mean, I'm happy to go back to play. The thing is, before the season started, I was playing Expedition 33 on the single player game. Right. So, and I really wanted to play Expedition 33 because I've been waiting for it for a while because I knew I looked like there was a passionate team behind it, and I love the premise of the story. And turns out that it did the right thing.
Turn-based combats like the old Final Fantasies.
But with a twist of the parry, which I didn't even think it would be so impactful. Oh, you can teleport. You can teleport.
Yep.
So, basically, on my single player list, I have a gazillion things. But first would be finishing Expedition 33, and then it would be finishing Resident Evil 4, and then continuing down the road of that. The problem is I don't really have too much time because single player games, there's a lot of well established how do you say content creators in the world of that, and it's not really the idea of what that helps us grow in the community, not in like revenue and growth of numbers, but more in the because you don't really get to make like a community that plays together. It's more like you guys watch me play, which is one of the ways that people content create. And if that's the case, then it doesn't really involve the community as much as I want to. You fall in love with a game called Abiotic Factor. We'll love to see you play it with some people in the community that also hasn't played it. If you'd be down, can check it out. It's still in early access, but gets updated very frequently. Check it out. I don't know if I have Steam open.
Did I?
Did you? Or did you not?
Oh, I was searching for my refinements. I wonder where I put them. But I forgot that I did them all with Blessy.
And people have actually enjoyed my my horror like gameplay through single player games. So,
oh yeah, very entertaining.
I always try and bring an intelligent approach to any single player game. Oh shit! We're waiting for. No, take it. So I always try and bring an intelligent approach to gaming, plus some humor. That's always like my thing when I play single player games. I'll especially horror games. I'm like, really, you know. And honestly, the freaking caca inducing place of Alien Isolation, where you're in the belly of the nest and you have several aliens, xenomorphs just chasing you. Woo. My heart was like dum, 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 dum. Oh yeah, I even have a special setup for the current webcam that I use for horror, so you can see my face better. You can see me shit my pants better.
You
Um,
can see me shibble me timbers.
exactly. Okay, cool. All right, let me check.
God, the sock is so fast.
Yeah, exactly what I'm running. So, called a tick. A biotic. So I guess it was.
Takes so long to die for the bosses.
So dramatic. Just die.
Yeah. They're like,
Just
oh
die.
no, I'm dying.
Especially on Dario.
Oh
It
yeah.
takes like 30 minutes for there to die.
Yeah, you can see her
Yeah.
going up in flames. Yeah.
Yeah.
Abiotic survival cracked. You know, I've never tried these games. I think it would be fun to play together. For getting somebody in the community to try this stuff would be really fun. Never played this kind of survival together. A Phasmophobia, I think, is one of them that was advised to me to play by a couple of people. And funny enough, I think one of my brothers-in-law had
Yeah, that's fun.
was like trying to make a website wiki for it. Hey Omicron, how are you? Welcome to the channel. Playing itself is very cool and enjoy. What does SCP stand for here? Looks nice. Didn't enjoy Phasmas that much. I did enjoy Lethal Company. I haven't tried Rep with it. I heard a lot of good stuff about it. That's good. Yeah, that's again, this is not my genre at all. Like at all. Does the closest I tried was Grounded, and mainly because it reminded me a lot of Honey I Shrunk the Kids. And because it reminded me of my childhood of when I was in playing in backyards and in gardens and thinking,
Honestly,
oh, what?
Oh, yeah, I was about to say I always shit my pants when I play Grounded.
Yeah. The freaking spiders, man. Oh my
Yeah,
god. And
yeah,
even the freaking
yeah.
ladybug, like you go with the ladybug, you're like, oh, so I need armor for the ladybug, but they're so cute. And then they just turn on like on you when you hit them because you aggro them and everything, man. And I still want to replay because I was playing at the very beginning of early access, and now I know it's been released and they finished the story. And I loved it. Loved
Yeah.
it.
I mean, I'm afraid of the little spiders running on the walls, so being in the game with giant spiders is just.
Yeah, yeah, no, it's not fun at all. So yeah, when everybody wants, I'm good, Omicron, very good. If anybody wants to get in on runs for materials, hordes, or otherwise, just let us know. Exclamation mark join gets you in the queue. Well, not a lot of people wanting to, so.
This boss is the worst.
Hey Xavier, so are you, buddy?
I know there's a barrier. It's like, just let me kill you already.
Yeah. At least this boss doesn't take years to die once it's dead.
Exactly.
Hmm.
So yeah, I play a plethora of games. I just have a I would love to play next up. I wanted to play basically always have at least a horror game on a back burner. My ideal would be 2 or 3 days of an MM like Diablo whatever like with a community, and then 2 or 3 days of single player games just so I could get through my list of single player games. Davis, just showing up on me if you want to do some refinement runs. But yeah. Also, if anybody has more refinement material thingy attributes, just feel free to burn them after I'm done with mine. I also want to play Dragon Ball Z Kakarot because apparently those DLCs go through the whole story, like in small bits. I'd love to play that. I want to get through. There's the whole like series of the people that made Until Dawn and the Quarry, and that's I played the Men of Medan, and I was starting Little Hope, I think it was called. Those are, you know, QT games where the choice is, you know, get the cast of the people alive or killed. So that's pretty nice. I played of that style Detroit Become Human, and I have a heavy range still to play the other one as well. And then so many Oblivion I wanted to try. Never played Oblivion. Kingdom
It's
Come.
actually really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I played it, the remake. Oh, it's fun. They made lockpicking harder than the original, but apart from that, it's fun.
Yeah, I wanted to play the all that like let me check. I mean, whenever anybody asks me this, I always pull up my endless list of things I love to try and play, and there's things in here that I haven't even put because I put in my wish list in the game. Let me check.
Let me know when you're on boss floor.
Oh shit. Gotta pay attention here.
You can chill.
I still gotta move.
Oh, we are on boss floor?
Boss floor, don't kill the boss, don't kill the boss, don't kill the boss.
No,
don't
I'm
kill...
waiting, I'm waiting.
Oh,
I'm fine.
sorry, because
I'm here. I'm here. Kill it. Kill it.
I didn't kill the boss. All is good.
Yeah. So I have at the moment the South Park games. So I'd like to play all of them again. Blight Survival, Outlast, the second one, Alan Wake 1 and 2, Tormented Souls, the second one when it arrives. We've done Alien Isolation. Neverwinter Nights, but I don't think I'll ever be able to play it. Bayonetta series. And Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom and Link Awakening. Those are two games. Are on Switch, I think. Shin Megami Tensei, the series in general. I've not played any of them. I heard good things. Dragon Quest, same thing. What else?
Yes.
Hell is Us, Final Fantasy Strangers of Paradise, Final Fantasy 16, Atlas Fallen, Lords of the Fallen 1 and 2, Octopath Traveler, Outer World, Scorn, Plague Tale, the both of them, Kingdom Come, Deliverance 1 and 2, Icewind Dale 1 and 2, Pillars of Eternity, Planescape Torment, both of them, Baldur's Gate, all of them, Nier Automata and all the Nier, DMC, all of them, so Devil May Cry. I have Sniper Elite, Hitman.
Or...
Just some of them, like just to try some.
I don't think you're ever going to get through the list.
Nope. At my pace,
it's just going to grow and grow and
exactly.
grow.
At my pace is never.
No,
So I always
my
like
backlog is insane as well.
I have to cherry pick. Like the thing is, if for whatever reason, like we manage to get to a point where I don't need to run the community anymore, and the channel can slowly transition to me playing mostly single player games, then it would happen. Because if you put in the time like that, you could definitely get through things. But at the moment, I wouldn't be able to. Like, if I allocated the hours that I put in Diablo, like, I don't even know how many hours do I have in this character at the moment. Granted, I have been playing in 2 characters this season, so I'm not sure.
Many.
Yeah, this is 100 hours, just this character. The other one I don't know. So usually I go around almost 200 to 300 hours each season, depending on characters. Like, if you put that much in single player games, like a single player game is what, like between 20 hours and 50 hours if you don't play something where you
And
have
on
to.
side quests.
Yes, I'm questing a lot, or you have to discover everything and min-max stuff. Like, I could play 10 games into 5 to 10 games in a season of Diablo. Yeah, 50 hours is a huge game. I know. Like, for example, the Resident Evil like ones are realistic if you take your time. Like, what, 10 hours, 12 hours per game? Not necessarily that hard. They're very linear. There's not a lot of backtracking and not that hard. So it's more because I am streaming mostly Diablo that I can't play all those games at the moment than anything else. And not because I don't, like, I'm unhappy with that. I'm very happy with that, but the reason why is that. And the other thing is like, if, for example, games like The First Descendant or Destiny or The Division grab my attention, I spend a lot more time online in general rather than playing single player games. So at one point I had made the conscious decision of never playing online games anymore when it was just me, myself and I, and working, a very demanding job. So whenever I would manage to get online, it would just be, nothing online, nothing that is grinding, just me getting through my catalog, and I was getting through it. I was having fun. I was doing stuff, But now, like, the problem is, I realized that if you play online games, you don't really have time to play anything else, unless you are somebody who really swaps from one place to another. Sorry, I'm just checking my messages here.
You're fine.
Which is what a lot of people do nowadays, right? Is I'm swapping from this game to another game to another game to another game, like, so. What is my take on open world survival though? For zombie, I like it, but they're very samey. I like the what was the State of Decay? What was that, 2 or whatever? The Juggernaut edition, was it called? Sword 2GA, of course. Maximum life down. I think it was. I like that one. Thing is, I believe open world games like Days Gone do a much better, more justice to the genre than open world like H1Z1 and stuff like that. They could have, could have gone a much better way with I think what's his face, God, what is Zomboy, a single player co-op dedicated service? Yeah, again, that's more, yeah, that's cool, but I have a certain amount of time I can play games, and I just don't, like, if I do that, I'd be basically playing a different game every other week, right? So there's an infinite amount of games out there that I could try and play, because there's really good, like, even the RuneScape thing, like the new RuneScape Dragon whatever, seemed like a fun thing to me. My idea is I have a limited amount of time, and I'm also trying to write, be a father, be a husband, and grow our community whilst also being successful at doing this whole streaming thing, right? And it's a very big toll on my shoulders, I can tell you that. So I don't have time.
Be conservative with your time.
Exactly. I don't have time to, like, this is why, like, I don't waste my time, because me not, like, spending like 2 hours on PTR fighting the system of PTR like last season. After 2 hours, I was like, I'm done with PTR. I tried it again because they told me that it fixed it, and then it was Booker and Steel, so I stopped playing PTR. I just managed to get one build done, and that's it. Because I'd rather like spend that time doing something different, which at the time was helping people in this game plus playing other games, than
Usually, PTR only makes sense if you can spawn in items exactly how you want them, so you can
exactly,
actually test it.
exactly.
But they managed to fuck even that up.
Yeah, which is stupid. Hey, Blast, see you. I hope everything's okay. So that's why I prefer single player games for me, because first off, it's like open and shut kind of situation. You fall in love with characters or don't. I love a good story more than I love good gameplay. Simply put, like
Yes.
I've loved games like Canna Bridge of Spirits, for example, and there was this last one like that was set in the Bayou, where the gameplay is very repetitive, but the story is so good that I'm very enthralled by it. So I would
Yes,
rather spend time doing that personally
oh, but
than
Kenna was a fun game,
it
even
was really
outside of the
fun.
story.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, really well done, and it felt like you were playing a Pixar game on top of that, which yeah, it's just
Yeah,
love it.
I watched my wife play it.
Yeah. Same actually. I got my wife to play. She literally loved it, and I played it too, and I finished it and really
Kenna
loved it.
Bridge of Spirits.
Bother with them? They always get me, no matter what. Alright.
I'm just like Nintendo. Please port your games to PC because I want to play them in
Yeah, but they aren't
in
going to.
4K, 120 hertz.
I will never do that. I'll never do that because they are afraid of taking away the.
You can easily do what Sony does though.
Oh yeah, they're not gone. I know they
With
can.
their exclusives. Put it on your
can.
console 6 months to a year, and then easily just port it to PC.
Do I have any teleport in my bar? I don't have. Evade teleport is here. So because of the teleport enchantment, it replaces my evade with a teleport, and you can see that it's at 2 seconds of cooldown. So that's the whole gist of this build. You have a lot of cooldown reduction on different pieces, and sorry, this one, that one, that one, that one, and then you just zap around, destroying everything. Look at the tune you're on. This is the tune. It's a different tune. Right. At least you got double on attack speed. That's pretty good. Yeah, it's a good start. You could use the Rakanos Wake if you could. It's a good start.
Yeah, good start. Needs an amulet though.
Needs an amulet. Well, I mean, yeah, it needs the right GAs on the right pieces because he's running the Winter Glass. So if you don't run the end game build, I would advise you don't worry about the amulet, but you worry about the Rakanos Wake boots. You want the boots that have cooldown reduction. Until you get a decent amulet. So these are the boots that I was running before. Right, let's go do more refinement runs.
But also good for capping your resistances as well.
Exactly, yeah.
Rakanos Wake.
Yeah, they're amazing for the beginner part of it. Yeah. But to be fair, like right now, I'm just sitting in game doing this kind of stuff, but I don't really need to. So right now, I don't need upgrading. I'm just doing it for my rogue, kind of to get a try and see if I can get. But it's so sluggish to try and get Obgisite on upgrading the season that
Yeah, it is a pain.
I'm just like thinking, is it really worth it?
They either need to increase the amount you get or decrease the amount to
You need-
masterwork.
Yeah, and there needs to be some way to save the masterworks so you don't reset everything.
Yeah, Xavier says, as I said, she's a very good start. Very, very good start. Yeah, they need to decrease and they need to reward the masterwork system altogether. I think it's a mess. The fact now that this season you run out of Forgotten Souls so much quicker. Failed crystals as well can become a problem if you all get unlucky. Like, I have not even tried to push everything to triple masterwork, and I don't dare, because last season, like, there were pieces that cost 160 or 180,000 of the site, which translates to an ungodly amount of all the secondary materials that are necessary for them. So all the, you know, like whatever leathers, all the veil crystals, all the Forgotten Souls. And I'm like, I'm not gonna, like, what's the point? Like, I'm not gonna pit push, I don't fucking care. And it's just not worth my time, because I'm just gonna be disappointed with me trying to triple masterwork stuff.
Who cares about pick pushing? Leave that to the elitists.
Exactly.
You say.
So for me, I'm just like, I had somebody ask me like, "Hey, what's the highest speed you can push?" I tried pit 100.
I just want to play the
care.
game with my friends, get my glyphs to 100 as quick as possible.
Agreed. I don't need to do 150 pits.
I don't need to do 150 pit.
Nah.
Leave that to the elitists.
Don't have the time for that. I don't know how they put that much time into the game.
Yeah, that's how it should be, say vanilla, yeah. Oh, and if it were like that with the same materials now, it would be perfect. 100%. Be just perfect. But you can't do that. So
I mean, tempers are just bad as well.
everything.
I don't know why you can only scroll the item once. It doesn't make sense.
Exactly. And before you couldn't
think
even do that. Before it was like fucking gone.
I've bricked at least 3 perfect crossbows with the right 3 GAs for my rogue.
Yep.
Because one scroll and it's done. Like, bye. Get a new item. Play even more.
Exactly.
Like, I'm going to play even more, even if I get the item, but I'm going to have more fun playing even more.
The thing is that they don't understand as well that it's frustrating for us to have, I don't know, it took you 100 hours to get that perfect, or, you know, those 2 perfect amulets or whatever, and then in the span of 3 seconds they're gone because of bad luck. And that makes some people quit.
When I break a perfect
yeah,
item.
exactly.
I just stop for the day.
Yeah, it just makes people quit. And most of the people don't even come back. They're like, fuck it, this is not fun. Why would I play this?
Yeah.
This is why, like, it works only in games that are Korean based or where the grind is part of the game. Like, you go Black Desert, the monster working system was, I don't know, I haven't played Black Desert in forever, but was extremely punishing. Like, it was insanely punishing. And of course, then they created items that you could make and buy and all that stuff that would allow you to master work better. And because that's what they do, is it's just a gacha game. But the idea behind it is, like, any game that has this kind of system does not value your time and wants you to waste your time. The problem is it doesn't work in a game like Diablo because it's not the same demographic that plays it.
No, it's a hack and slash looter game.
Exactly. It's not an MMO where people are gonna spend their whole life there and not do anything else, and they're gonna be. If harder for them to leave because they've sunk so much time, because they believe that just because somebody sunk X amount of time, then they're going to be spending more time in game, which is not necessarily true. It's a fallacy because a lot of people can still quit when they get frustrated. They'll miss the
And
game, but
sorry, you especially can make the game so grindy in a hard reset season game.
yeah, exactly. That's the thing.
It's
Yeah,
it's just bullshit.
Like when you have a season with freaking 2 months and you want to try the classes and to max them out, how are you going to do that? Like, you're making this game slower in a season that's this short. Why? Why?
They're
Like,
fucking stupid.
why?
It makes no sense.
Why limit the amount of experience that you can get? Why limit the amount of master? They should give you so much of them, like last season, that you don't have a worry.
What does it give? 4K, I think.
What? The ones that we're running right now is like 2,000 something.
2,000, yeah, it's nothing.
2,000 plus 30%. So that's 2,600, I think.
So bad.
Where did you go? You're not in the team.
I hurt my hand today. It's not playing it.
All right. Do one more, and we'll see. We'll swap to something else. I'll probably swap my class as well. But yeah, I mean, yeah. And now the thing is, they're lucky, like for me, that I can keep playing because I'm having fun with my friends and because I want to help the community. But the vast majority of players are not gonna care. They're like, okay, I've reached end game. I've gotten my gear. I managed to try one class. I'm not gonna want to do it again unless somebody helps me, which is why a lot of people ask for help, for a boost or for help killing, right? Because especially in such a short amount of time that this season is, like, you can't be arsed to do it. And then they're just gonna move to another game. They're gonna be like, yeah, okay, cool. Season is over now. Tried everything. Yeah, the powers were okay. Bosses were meh. Belial was nice, but other than that, the other bosses become more tedious to do. And that's it. Then they're just gonna stop playing another 3-week mark. And I can tell you, like, last week was the 3-week mark. On Thursday, I felt it. I was like, yep, is it the 3-week mark? I asked. Yeah, and people in the chat were like, yeah, it's the 3-week mark. Cool. That's what happened. Like, it's a constant thing.
Agree. If it weren't for your Discord and the people on it, I wouldn't be playing this season right now.
Exactly.
Because it's not fun alone.
No, it's not. Now, last season, I remember, speaking of the masterwork, I got so pissed off because I spent a whole day of grinding. A whole day of grinding. I'm not even joking. A whole day of grinding me as a streamer, right? Helping people masterwork materials, and then seeing all of them go out the window because it didn't hit me the 3GA. And I remember searching for some feedback on this kind of stuff, and a lot of people are like, oh, but you know what, you're not supposed to get it. It's supposed to be so rare. It's supposed to be blah blah blah. Why do you even care? And I'm like, well, why do you care if I get it? Like, if you don't care about it, you don't need it. If I care about it, then I should try and get it. Like, I'm not saying that I should have it easily, but if I farm like so much as I farm now, and it takes me on average 200 grand or 150 grand Obdicite to get it, what the fuck is the point, Why are we doing that? Just for the sake of grinding? Grinding for the sake of grinding? And then, of course, a lot of streamers, they don't see it that way. A lot of streamers, they are very... I've heard feedback, and they're very... The people that say, oh, this is fine, make the game slower, are the ones who can spend 13-hour days at gaming and have no other things in their life, and that's what they want. But realistically, the average player doesn't have that much time. It's as simple as that. They just don't. So it doesn't fucking matter. Like it does. Your game should not be for the top 1%. Any game that's tried to be for the top 1% has failed. All of them, because the top 1% is very like opinionated. Wants the game the way they want it, but they can't agree on how it should be, and then they'll just move to the next thing that brings them more clout, because realistically people just move on from the top 1% games. Unless we're talking about, games that are FPS like CSGO, Valorant, and all this kind of stuff, where there's no farming involved and the hours are just playing, the same loop over and over and over. Anyway, let me see. I'll go on my rogue real quick.
Okay.
A lot of people defend also you can't grind it, then don't play. When it happens to casual go, players stagnates and game devs give up. Yep, exactly. And exactly. As soon as you go for the tryhards, the game just dies. Because the vast majority of the players are the average person by definition. When I heard in season freaking the PTR season 8, the developer said this phrase, which was, "We only expect the 10% of players to reach Torment 4 and to play endgame." My instinct was right away, 90% of the people will stop playing the game a lot sooner than you'd think. And by that definition, you're gonna just alienate a humongous amount of your player base. Sorry, go ahead, Goofy.
I mean, 99% of players get boosted to T4, so.
Exactly. Also very true, yeah.
Because they can't be asked to do the low level stuff and want to go into high level immediately to have fun.
Exactly. So yeah. All right, let's see if I can get double HP on my Doombringer. Double HP on the Doombringer. Triple HP on the Doombringer. There you go.
There you go.
Not
easy.
Not easy. That's how you do. That's the streamer luck right there and work.
I've already spent like 300k on it.
Yep.
And I'm at 2 times.
Yeah.
I hate masterworking.
Yeah, me too.
Just.
Oh, but this season I've been extremely lucky. But I'm still one of those to criticize masterworking because it's shit. Like, let's be honest, it's honestly shit.
But I also know how unlucky you were last season, so.
Exactly. The damage reduction affected yet? So anyway, that's the life that we play. Can we do? We're just. If the game, honestly, if the game doesn't change, I'll still play, but I might go towards the idea of like, okay, cool. After the 3-week mark or the 1-month mark, I'm just gonna stop playing because I get myself and other people through endgame, like very quickly, and then I'm like, the next 2 months is a desert most of the time. And it's just us playing together, and I'd rather just like have fun. So if the fun stops and people are like, yeah, I want to play to yeah, I'm just logging in for a couple of hours, then I'm like, okay, cool, let's find something else to play. Because what's the point of me playing by myself? That's just my I don't have a lot. Which one should I focus on? We try this one. Going to get the triple. Damage wise, biggest bang for my buck. Won't be able to much with it, but you know, cool. All right.
I need
So,
better beastful boots and scoundrel levers.
do you want to run Belial?
Can do if you want.
If people want to run Belial, like I'm happy to do whatever you guys want. Because at the moment I'm just like not a lot of people here, and
Anything that you need?
oh no, fine. I've got everything. Like I've given up on trying to get good GA items for my sword legendary this season. I've opened so many freaking boxes. It's not even funny.
Yeah. Just the type of equipment you need, you just never get from the
Exactly.
boxes.
But
Just like
none of my like Sork has been the most unlucky. My rogue I've even dropped one on and chat like in stream. It was the gloves times two, right? But my Sork has only gotten the staff. My boots and my what's it called? My pants, which should be the easiest the pants. Do you think? It's just max life, nothing else. And I'll get them worth of them. Can I enter the boxes with Rogue, open Sork and get Sork stuff from it? No. The boxes, no. What you'll have to do is you're gonna have to, because they're I'll show you. Like when you get a box, it's class specific, the box.
You
Right?
can
So
with the scrolls though.
yeah. So you need to get yourself a new character, get yourself with the scrolls to max level, and then get more scrolls into that character, and then that's when you can do it. So at the moment I have 7 of these ones, right? And so in here, you can see at the bottom it says Sork only, right here. It says Sork only right there. So you need to go on the other character, max out the board, and then use the scrolls to go above the max.
So basically, start a new character, do the first part of the quest. Then you can go on your main character, get the scrolls, put them in your inventory. Then go to your other character,
And Bob's your
get
uncle.
the scrolls from the stash, and then level up your thing that way.
Yeah.
That's how the
Loop works.
that's how Rob and that have been doing it. So
I just can't be asked to do it.
yeah, you just need to do the first part of the quest because then it opens up the board, like the seasonal board.
I just can't be asked to make new character, put the
Yeah.
scrolls into the chest, spend them, make a new character, buy the scrolls. They don't stack. They need to stack.
The thing is, like for me, there's no
No, 'cause
reason to do that. Sorry, go ahead.
I apparently
and it's funny because I ended up deleting my first rogue.
Uh,
Welcome back.
Thank you. Okay, cool.
Okay, is that all to unlock the specialization? No. Wait, where do you pick the Sork specialization?
In the skill tree, right? I think so.
I had to do the quest to get mine.
Yeah,
you need to go to.
I think I did, but where's it at in the
You
UI?
should have a.
Isn't it just when you play press S?
It's
to
one
assign your
over from
skill?
your character. So it goes character,
under abilities.
specializations, abilities, and mercenaries.
Okay, apparently I have to leave. I don't know. It's not.
So anybody for boss runs Blala? All the above?
Yeah, I'll run some bosses.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I'm stuck.
What happened?
So I went and lit the 4 braziers in that building. What's the task? Is there a next step?
Are you doing the Sork?
Oh, the Sork one.
Yeah. So he's gonna talk after you light up the
Sork
braziers.
one is in your
In your skill tree, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
My
I was
what?
saying that.
So if you go to should have the thing that like assign your things, and at the
No, I
bottom
have
you'll have your
character.
enchantments.
I have character and then abilities and then mercenaries. I don't have another tab.
At the
It's
bottom,
abilities. Abilities is the tab.
abilities. There's a thing at the bottom saying like to assign like your skills,
Or you can press S. That works too.
and at the bottom of
Oh!
like your thing of skills, you
Oh!
got your enchantment slots.
Where? Yeah, where you're setting your hotbar. Okay.
Yeah.
I found it. Thank you.
No worries.
No problem.
Sorry, it's my first day.
Right, so we're running Belial. If anyone wants to get on a train for Belial, please do so. Formally fashion. Jordan, thank you so much for the follow. Exclamation mark join gets you in the queue to play with us. Thank you very much. So welcome. Exclamation mark join gets into the queue, you play with us. And I'll add you up. And then we'll go. I think that's the right one. No? That's the one. You should have received it.
Since you insist, I guess I'll join.
If you insist, right? Alright, so it's not that busy at the moment, but it might get busier later, so.
If you run pitch, that's when I'll definitely be hogging up a spot.
Leveling glyphs. Do you have your glyphs? Or do you still need to gather them?
I have like one of them.
Yeah, maybe run Nightmare Dungeons or something like that to gather it.
No.
No, do the
It's
quest.
not gonna happen.
Do the freaking quest that I did. There's a method. Like their commands.
True, yeah, the
YouTube.
bot, yeah.
That's a. There you go.
I don't need husks. Take
Well,
them back.
who needs them takes them. Who doesn't, you leave them on the floor. I'm gonna take it back. Just
I didn't
one
bring
stack
any.
per person, though. One stack per person, please. Not everybody hoard it. Okay, cool. Don't need it. You don't need it.
I got
Cool.
6. I don't need any, but I didn't bring any on this character, so I'll take advantage of it this time.
Wait, you know, okay, cool. I'm gonna put it on the floor then.
I didn't die.
Yay!
Hey.
That's
Who
very good.
drops the boots
Hey,
on the
form an orderly
So,
queue, please.
Queue up
Form an
for
orderly
Belial.
queue.
Queue up for Belial. Don't open all once and don't touch the middle altar, please.
I'll go last. I'll go last. Or
No,
I'll
Ninja
go
goes
last.
last because
I'll go last.
he goes.
I meant
Because he
the
clicks
last of
the
the three.
thing.
What
Okay.
what boss do I need to pick for the
For
boots? I need?
Sean, oh no, the boots are
Vashar.
no.
Hmm?
Boots are hell tied. Hell
Boots are
hordes.
hell-tied.
Yeah, hordes.
Hordes,
Hordes.
yeah.
Thank you.
Hordes.
Okay.
Just pick
So
Vashar.
Sean is gonna give you the best.
Just pick
yeah.
Vashar. Is your best. Because it gives you the ring and the raiment.
I hardly see the freaking chest in this. The Varshawn that drops the thing in the eyes, the eyes in the dark. Right? Beastful boots are the beast in the eyes, right?
I think so.
Yes, Beast
Yeah,
in the Eyes.
yeah. Beast and Ice.
And the eyes in the dark are Varshawn.
Varshan
As a
and
dark of
Ulivar.
Vashar.
And
And
Ulivar.
scoundrel levers are like
Andariel,
Duriel and
Duriel,
Dario.
Mephisto. And the Banished Lords is Andariel, Duriel.
Again.
And I think
Dario and Duriel.
Triguar too. I don't know.
Again, form an orderly queue, form an orderly queue.
I mean, what do you need on the Banished Lord?
No, I don't need anything, guys. I appreciate it. I'm
Okay.
fine. Like my gear is fine. My eyes in the dark are 3G8 and they're the good G8. Conjurals are 4GA. Boobs are 2GA, but they are the good GA. Like I don't need.
Yeah,
I was just wondering. Silas.
I need boots.
Yeah.
Maybe a better eyes in the dark and a better
So
scoundrels.
I want shocking impact on raiment, or what's? I don't understand mobilytics as.
No, glass cannon and ink.
Glass cannon and int are the only stats you'll ever need.
Yeah.
Silas asks if anybody needs eyes in the dark. He's got a 2GA eyes in the dark they can give out.
I have a 2GA. I'm looking for a 3GA.
Yep. Apparently, we need only 3GAs or better.
Yeah.
Sky's the limit.
Preferably one with like max life, ultimate damage, and aftermath.
Yeah, that's the upgrade. I need 2 DGA on ultimate damage.
We done?
Yep, let's go and salvage.
So you need the boots upgrade, you said as well, or not?
Oh, for me?
Yep.
Yep, I need a preferably a 2GA. Maximum resource, ultimate cooldown.
Oh.
And I'm basically quite high on the legendary affix as well.
Good. All right. I'll try and get that for you. Congrats, Dutch, for having gotten a very nice Polish piece of turd this season, and thank you so much for that follow. Thank you so much. Just realized can't join. I don't have tier 4 unlocked yet. We can have somebody. Hey, flicker sips are actually more useful. There's a build that can use it. It's just nobody plays it. We have people can help you. So if you stay in the queue, we can definitely help you.
Mm-hmm. We'll help you out. We'll get you there. Don't worry.
Yeah, we basically do everything.
$5? Do everything $5, yeah? Saki saki?
Yeah, that does just about the $5. I think over the weekend I geared 2 rogues.
It's probably gone up now in this economy. Be $10.
$10 probably. Yeah. No, I'm joking. We this is a community where we pay it forward or play it forward. So we ask you to just help someone else in real life or in game, and that's it. We don't need anything. How's the queue, if you don't mind asking? At the moment, the queue is like that. And nobody in the queue. We're
There is no
running
queue.
we're running people live at the moment. We're gonna do a couple more with this party, and then I'm gonna start going for the queue. I'm just waiting for more people to come online who need it. Just PMing, replying PMs. Moment. So. Okay, so is there only one stack I need to drop because everybody else got stack, or what?
Basically.
Okay, cool. One stack for mats in here if you want to. Don't need mats, that's not a problem. Leave it there. I'm struggling to get a lightning chain wizard build going. Do I need to mythics to
I
make
have
it
like
viable?
2,000 in my stash.
I'm just keep getting donated down so from people right, left, and center. So I never run
Like
out
myself.
for people. Yeah, exactly, like yourself. Well, lightning chain. I've no idea this build this season. I've seen somebody use lightning arc, not the chain lightning this season. If we're talking about the lightning spear, then is a different thing. I cannot help you on lightning chain. I would need to see what your build that you're following is, and then see what you're missing. Okay, so if nobody needs the husks, I'm just gonna open it up. Nobody needs
Went and got
husks.
a bunch. I bought 10 stacks for 500 mil per stack.
Yeah. Yeah, they're cheap. You can get them without problem.
Yeah, all the dupers finally realized I got to start selling these cheaper.
I'm fucking happy about the dupers. I'm not gonna lie. I'm sorry, Blizzard. Please don't
Yeah.
hate me, but I'm happy because you made such an annoying system that it would have been a miserable pain to
Oh, if
try
it
and get
wasn't
them.
for the dupers, you couldn't farm this.
Yeah,
you couldn't
no.
farm this
No.
enough to be
Yeah,
efficient.
if it weren't for Dupas, nobody would have GAs because
I would have been the most awful season if it weren't for people like myself helping others and for dupers making the economy
Actually,
flooded.
I actually think it would have been an awesome season because I would have been playing Tarkov.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, if
I
you go,
might have still been in PoE too.
yeah.
So am I after Esther's heirloom?
No one
Oh,
uses
no,
it this
something
season.
wake.
I have a 4GA one that I'm
No.
trying to sell and no one wants to buy it.
No,
That's
the one
it.
I'm after is never mind. That drops from hordes. You said.
Yeah, the Rakdos Wake
Yeah,
drops from Horde.
Rakanos Wake, yeah, hordes.
Yeah. I might actually. Now that I think about it, I might have a pair in the bank.
Okay, cool. Because when a rogue feels like the barbarian isn't enough, you see that the barb can do. Barb can do for sure. It's just not as perhaps impactful as Sork or as Rogue, but it can definitely do.
So why am I selecting Varshan?
isn't the bar pretty high?
Varshan
at
gives
the moment?
you.
Gives you Tal Rasha's ring, which you need, and
have.
Raiment of the Infinite, which you also need if you're gonna play lightning speed. So
Again, we're
Yeah, the
looking.
top bar. Oh, sorry.
Is that the one I'm looking for? The
that's the
cooldown?
build that everyone's using. Yes.
Yes,
Gotcha.
that's the first one you need. Of course, the more you get, of course, I get a 3G gloves, Fist of Fate, instead of the 3GA boots that I could have given you. Yeah. So the first thing you need is the cooldown reduction on the glove on the Taurashas.
Tal Rasha's.
Everything else is just gravy on top, and then
So
the raiment you
pre-
want
so
the
pre-
glass
so-
cannon and the
so
intelligence.
so preferably you need, if you wanted a 2GA, would be non-physical damage.
Yeah, non-physical damage will be the next.
Oh, I looted a better Taurasha. Plus 3 to
Nice.
potent and 23.5.
Hey, my Seers, how are you, buddy? Thanks for joining the queue.
Better, but still. Too bad this guy doesn't drop glyphs.
Just
So,
if you get a second, just check the video I posted earlier on chat. you're gonna get your glyphs. If you haven't done that quest yet for the seasonal, you're gonna get your glyphs super quick. Like all of them, and I mean
Yeah.
all of them, like under 20 minutes.
I haven't done any of the seasonal quests on this.
Yeah,
game
so
yet.
you're just gonna get them under 20 minutes. You're gonna get all of them. It's the best method that I found. The YouTube video is the first one there. But how's everybody doing?
Okay, what's
Good.
the stack on? I want glass cannon.
Glass Cannon Intelligence are the ones
the-
for the
yeah.
raiment.
For the Raymond, yeah.
Okay.
And cooldown is the preference is the
And-
needed one for the Talrashas, and then it'd be nice if you get non-physical damage, but realistically,
Yeah.
not necessary.
No, it's not necessary, but it would be nice to have.
Gotcha.
Because the non-physical is the only one that would increase your damage a little bit.
Yeah.
The other two don't really matter. And like anything over 20% on the legendary affix at the bottom would be good also.
Oh, Ninja, you suck. I have viewed your profile to look at your gems, and I'm like, wait, he's got the wrong gems, and I'm like, oh, he's on his rogue.
What do you mean I suck? I'm just using a different class.
Nice.
Hello. You mean I suck?
Oh,
My
that's
cheat-
funny.
My end-game cheat sheet that is gone.
Cheat sheet.
So again, if anybody wants to join the queue, exclamation mark join gets into the queue. This is how the queue works. So please ensure you read that. I've also posted about Belial earlier, but if you need to, I'll run you through once you get to the point. All right. So don't worry, don't stress. I'll get you some help. Okay. Last one with this group. Waiting for Alexa to come back.
I'm sorry.
Take your time. Take your time. Hey, hello, Saddleman. Hello, bud.
Hold on.
Oh, microphone.
The what?
Microphone I didn't pick up your sound for some reason. Just heard that.
Mine?
Right?
Oh, well,
Yep.
the app was some weird. Sometimes the noise cancellation is good, sometimes it sucks. I don't know. It got
Why is
done.
that?
It's working, so now I'm gonna do the grocery run. I thought I'd just chill with you guys in chat while
Sounds
I'm
good.
doing that.
Oh,
Yes.
not fair. I teleported right into it.
Yeah. Also, if you use the evade teleport does not give you unstoppable or anything.
I sometimes dash through it though.
You can dash. It's just like the dash is one thing, right? So the dash just actually doesn't even give you anything. But because you have your health pool much higher as a rogue, you're fine. But as a sword with the glass cannon, 8,000 or
Oh, yeah.
10,000 HP on glass cannon means nothing because your damage reduction there's none. So
Yeah, exactly.
your only way to deal with it is if you actually flame armor, flame shield, Jesus, whatever that
Yes,
one.
you know what
Yeah.
you mean.
Because the teleport does not give you because it's an enchantment, and enchantments does not give you any
buff.
vulnerability. Not an iframe, basically. You just suck. And not $5 nice suckies.
Yo, next season, we were already followed. I really hope Incinerate gets meta, man. I don't know why.
Yeah. You're not the first person to said that. I'd never found the interest in that. I'm playing the build that I want. I want more conjurations. I would have loved they hadn't changed the freaking winter glass. So if they hadn't
Now-
changed it, yeah.
The reason for why is because then I'm actually going to make a build myself without looking on mobilytics or whatever. I don't give a damn. And I'm going to call it the Dracarys build.
Of course.
Yes, do that.
Do that.
Do just that.
Because it fits, you know, you just burn everything down.
Yeah. Absolutely, I understand.
How is your rogue doing, Silas?
It's pretty damn good. Not gonna lie.
Yeah? You got it off the ground now?
Well, so I just found out yesterday. I'm like, wait a minute, you can hold the freaking buttons down. Why not all put them on the 1 to 5 button and use right mouse button to dash?
Yeah, that's
Yep.
how it. Yeah,
I've,
that's
I had dash on 1, then I had the poison trap on 3, and the shadow imbuement or whatever it's called on 2. So I was spamming those.
okay.
And holding down those while spamming right mouse button with the death trap. No, I
Yeah.
just smack F. I have left mouse button empty. I don't even use cal. No, what did I move away from it?
One sec.
No, I have to
Kashi, that's amazing, dude. That's an amazing drop.
So
Yeah, are you gonna use them?
the dash on right mouse?
So I can buy them off of you.
Hold them down.
You don't use them.
You can put a paperweight on there and just, you know.
Look at that.
Gonna use it? Okay.
They will
It's gonna offer you. I can only offer you like 90 billion, like 90 something billion.
See,
Another one. and
Can't
I
go
can't
above
use
that.
it anymore.
I'm not gonna be like one of those scammers, dupers thingies that
See the
financials I just linked you.
that has a gazillion gems
Yes.
and fragments.
What do you think
Yeah.
of the build you
Congrats, man. I'm so happy for you.
Did you link me?
That's really good.
I linked you something, yes.
Really, really good.
I'm running around the house.
What'd you
Oh,
build?
oh, oh. Hey, this exact same as I got. Let's go.
Yeah.
All right, people. We're gonna go next into the queue. You can always rejoin. By the way, if you're not in the queue, you can always rejoin. Okay. So it's not a problem. Just because you joined before doesn't mean you can't join again. Okay. Don't fret. Don't worry.
Because then I would be broke.
Oh, I need to check my bank and see if I have those boots.
So how it works right now is we're gonna have my Sears, Slovak, Kyoto, and Zen mode. If I don't have you on my Battle.net, please give me your Battle.net in chat, and then I'll add you.
Oh, yeah.
Holy shit, 510 followers. Thank you so much for that follow, buddy. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody, for all the follows. You guys don't have to. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Karashi. Thank you, Shalo. Thank you, Minfarm. So yeah, give me your Battle.net, and please, after that, request to join party.
You can get for the boss powers. The wondering that.
In the queue at the moment to play my Sears, Shallow Vest.
Jesus beam, you know.
Okay, Shelov and then mode.
If you don't have a XD, I got a Rakinox Wake with cooldown reduction for you. If you need it.
Also, if you want to join Belial, this is how it works before you join.
Has aspect of Orange Herald.
Yeah, but the stat still has to be good. Oh no.
Yeah. Yes, this is to.
All right, last call for
In the meantime,
Shelov
to get
and
like your mythics and.
Shelov.
your,
You need to give me your Battle.net, buddy. Can't add you.
Uniques, yeah.
I really
You're
do.
talking about a
hate
gold,
Yeah.
right?
I hate
Last call for Shelov. You need to provide me your Battle.net. My Sears, you need to provide me your Battle.net so I can play with you.
Like Kuna.
No,
He's good.
I hate the
Please and
website
thank you.
itself, how they,
Oh,
how
the
they
design.
You can provide it in chat. Thank you very much.
the GUI.
Yeah.
I like Max Rolls better.
As long as it has a field where it says which loot I gotta have. with
Thank
which card
you.
on it.
Okay, that's
Definitely don't mind.
weird.
I did that real quickly.
My name is Jeff. My name is Jeff. Hello, buddy. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you for that follow.
Okay.
Echo to the community of kindness,
So the
people.
upside on the
Welcome,
downside
welcome.
for going to Poland
All right,
is
last
that
time, last call for my Sears. If not, I'm just gonna remove
upside
you,
is the super
and
stealth
we're gonna
and
move
to
down
go
the
to battle.
the queue.
The downside is these little fireballs are fall off my cigarettes. Which
Cool.
burns my
Zen and Ido. Ido, you can join back on me.
I have one pan. One pair of pants, especially for smoking. So don't give
If I
away my
have
pants,
your
You guys don't hear background noise with me, right? Like wind or something.
I
Guys?
don't.
thank you.
Oh.
And even though, like, for anybody who's here, I run these constantly. So what it means is, like, we'll do like you read in chat. We'll do a few, and then we'll move on to the next party. And we'll do a few, and move on to the next party.
You a link.
Does anyone have a Vex run? Apparently, I need a Vex run.
Right. I'm going to provide you some stacks. Please pick up only one stack per person. They're going to allow you to open up
I have one, but I'm in the car right now, so it's
3
bad for me to give it to you right now.
chests. Okay,
I can give
3
you
chests, and that's it. And then after the 3 chests, we'll continue. You can rejoin into the queue if you want to keep playing with us after the 3
I
kills.
sent you a link.
Can't join because I'm level 1 on my rogue. I'll join on my barb. Yeah, doesn't matter.
So that's
And we're gonna be doing pits. Like if I see that people don't need bosses, we can move on to pits afterwards. So it's not a problem. Whatever people need help with, I'm gonna help. Okay, here we go. Best of luck. May the odds be ever in your favor.
I hate the mobile Linux.
We've already managed to find 4 GA today. They both will. So
I think the max roll guides flow better.
Yeah.
It's just
I prefer.
okay, open the chest one at a time, please. Only one at a time. Don't all crowd up on the chest. Do not crowd up on the chest. Wait. You'll see when the chest opens. And do not touch the altar in the middle. I'll be the last one to open, and I'll be the one touching the altar in the middle. Please and thank you.
And I'm dyslexic, so I hate that. So.
But if you know what the issue is with the thinking of well, it's not really an issue, but some people, like for example, Makuna is not a max roll as far as I know, but he is the best when it comes to a sork, though. If you want to go for the best, you know what I mean? So if you like max roll, it's fun, but you won't have the best build or the build from the best thinking sork. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean the principle of builds is always you have to follow the top player if you're really interested in the top of the top of the top. So how it works is you don't follow by place, you follow by the person. So whatever the person goes and does things. So if you're wanting, for example, the best Sork, is Mikuna. If you want the best at the moment Rogue, is Matthias. And Matthias, he doesn't even like he does his stuff on YouTube. No, at the moment says at least it was Matthias before on Friday. Well, he was the tall, like the quickest. I don't know if he still is or not.
Bless you mentioned Sanctum. One of the top that come out.
Yeah, Sanctum is one of the top for sure, and he's a max roll, I believe.
I'm following his name. That's why.
Yeah. Hey, it's a good build, yeah. So I'm using Matthias's build, but I can always swap to kind of Sanctum's build if Nance's. Not a big deal for me.
I think at the end they are still the same almost. So maybe a Paragon board here or there different, but
this is completely different. Different tempers, different everything.
Who needs help leveling their characters so I can run a few pits with them if need?
I do. I'll take pits.
Really talking about the people who need a thing for 1 to 60.
Yeah, if anybody needs a 1 through 60 boost real quick to be able to play with us, to do bosses, Tunes is offering in Discord at the moment. So if anybody is in the queue or waiting or wanting to, feel free to do that. Here we go again.
What? Keep dropping. What is that?
As usual, it seems there's very few people that require help today with bosses, so I'm gonna do another couple queues, and then if nobody else needs bosses, then we're gonna swap to pits again. I don't mind, and yeah, I need to level up my saves.
There are, I believe, 4 rogues above Matthias at the moment.
Oh, he's up. Okay, yeah, over the weekend is changed.
And they use a different build. Oh, at least the top one uses a different build.
At the end, it's very important that you can utilize that build. If you cannot work with that build, then the build is not good for you at all. So
Yeah,
it can be
no.
the best build, but in your
Yeah.
hands, it won't be.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, does anybody have a Vex rune I could trade you
Yes,
for?
I have a Vex rune. You can have.
Who's that?
That's me.
Luffy.
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 Well,
Alright.
I'll just write you my thingy.
Okay, that's us done with these 3. Okay, so if you want to go again, you can just stay in the queue. Let me know just in chat if you want to go again, because at the moment there's nobody else is queued up to bosses. So if you want to go again, just stay in party. Yeah, they're using kind of like a different Matthias build. So the Chinese top 1 is using Matthias's build. Top 2 is using Matthias's build. The top 1 is not using Matthias's build. I think he's using just a variation of Sancton's build. So everything
think
about
so too.
Matthias is actually using Matthias's build.
I always like to be a little bit different.
Uh,
Are they using Air Perdition on their rogues?
I can see the ones that I've shared it. I'll
Yeah.
just quickly check.
I think it's because of 2 things. It's the aspect on it.
Yeah, so guys, there's...
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead. I'll mute myself.
You
Guys,
didn't have to give me gold.
The
I snuck in gold. I didn't pay attention.
so guys, if you want, you can just stay in party. Like, there's nobody at the moment that's needing boss kills, so we're gonna do a couple more, and then we can swap to pits.
So I gave her, I think, some boss mats, and she wanted to give me 5
Right.
billion for that. I think it was missing. There were only 2 stacks. But first of all, I'm not doing that shit because she also gave me boss mats without
Okay.
hesitation. And second of all, that was overpriced as fuck. To go for 800-900 million a stack on the Discord. And I'm not going to pay 2.5 billion per stack for that, especially not from somebody that's good to us.
No,
You know?
they're going for 8-9 million per husk, not per stack.
Hey, Natharia, thank you for joining the queue.
I said,
Okay,
like,
as usual, just 1 per person,
I
please.
paid 500 mil per stack last night for 10 stacks.
Yeah.
500 mil per
Hey,
stack?
Solar.
Yeah.
Yes.
The lowest I paid was 3 bill for a.
So I'm gonna
1,000.
ask after this one what
Yeah,
people
yeah,
want to do, because the queue is kind of slow at the moment. There's not a lot of people that need bosses,
I
seems.
asked
So
I asked him if he had more, and that was it. I would have bought them all. I would have filled up my entire bank.
Makes sense because you could flip them for at least
Yeah,
200-300.
I would have literally turned around and said, "Wanted to sell a husk, 800 mil, and made."
Exactly. And then you will be
Ido,
still
you, my
100.
friend, just
Yep.
come on in if you want.
But I don't
Because
care
that's-
about gold.
No, you can
I-
stay in
I
for
don't
now.
buy
You can
stuff
rejoin
with
after
gold
because I haven't
anyway.
taken out of the queue, so you can come
Well,
back in. We're waiting for you
I don't care
inside.
about gold as far as like it's a tool. Like you know, the only reason I do it is because you need gold to masterwork. Like
Oh yeah, that's true.
it's just stupid.
Yeah.
I would much rather do item currency. Like you need a rune, I'll need a rune. Let's trade 1-for-1. Done.
That's how I did it when I needed.
Okay, cool.
For,
Let's go.
Chaco, right? Yeah, I traded for runes.
It's just enough people don't do it because of the RMT and all that kind of stuff. So it's just
Bullshit.
I'm a little bit, how do you call it? A little bit guilty when it comes to RMT. Not the one that receives the money, the one that buys it. But there's only one reason why I do it. I want to get as quickly as possible up there so I can help other people up. And feel strong.
So, what do the people that are new to the channel think about this
like
season
that.
of Diablo?
It's fun.
And at the end, I get annoyed then because then the shit that I
You cut out you cut out mid-sentence.
What is it that you guys like about the season, if anything? Question I ask everybody. First joins. If you guys want to let me know. Very difficult, which is fun. Honestly, last season was quite challenging. Fair enough. Yeah, sorry. I thought you meant that. Yeah. I don't know. For me, it's a strange thing because it's not challenging. It's just sluggish, personally. It's just extended things, make it more boring. That's all. Like, it takes more time to do the same things that you were doing before. That's it. And they added new stuff that just takes more time and change some bosses that make no sense. So
Not making it a tiff.
also that is exhausting. Yeah. Exhausting. Yeah, I find it exhausting sometimes. Jens is there. I think so. Sorry, give me a sec. Dude, I need to pay attention to the walls, sorry. So, whoop. Let me double check. Gonna be in chat real quick if I can. I think. Yeah, it's there. There. Jan's blessing is there for sure. The problem is right now they've added, 2 more bosses, and I don't know which ones overlap with what. I haven't really paid attention. On top of that, the problem right now is that you can get, oh, congrats. You can get how do you call it? What shit? I think we're done. We need to go salvage. You can get, random loot drop from the boss pool. You could just get randomly something that wouldn't be of that boss, so that's kind of the overlap. Anyway, go salvage. I think we're all full. We're all full. Full. Gonna open up on one more duty. Oops. All right. Next up in the queue, there's only 2 people up next for bosses. So this is Natharian and Solar Hide. Okay, so what I'm gonna do right now is I'm gonna hand over my stuff into NPC, and then I'll ask you guys to join if I have you in my friends list. If not, provide me your. Yep, thank you very much for that battle tag. I'll add you. Gonna be in the party. Ooh, cool. Anytime, Sleepy. The queue's still open. We still have 1 slot open for the last boss run. So if you guys want to join, Also, while we wait, exclamation mark. No, actually, never mind. Let's do a poll. Let's do a poll. What's next? An hour and a half. All right, 3 minutes. The poll is starting now. You can use your vote. Cast your vote. You can use channel points to skew the vote in your direction. Let me know what you guys would like to do next. If you want to continue bosses, if you want to do pits, if you want to do hordes, we'll do anything that you need. We have one more slot as well, still available in party for bosses. So and that's the last call for bosses, by the way. If nobody's gonna queue up more, then yep. Same for Iro and anybody else. You guys just play with me. You can come back to the queue if you're still in the channel. You can hear me. If not, thank you for coming. Yep. Cool. Alright, pick up the stack. Once we kill the boss, just queue up in an orderly fashion, open the chest one at a time. Yeah, don't touch the middle altar. Anytime. The poll is running in the chat. If anybody wants to play. Dan, you can join back up, honestly, buddy. Just come back in. Got 2 more bosses to kill. Poll is running in chat. If you'd like to play and decide what to do next. Also working materials, pits, more bosses. Fine. Cool. Go more Dory. Whoa, everything okay there? I can hear a TV in the background, people. I'm finally here. Sorry, technical difficulty. No problem. Alright, cool. Let's go again. Down for Belial. Alright. I can do one more. If exclamation mark join gets you to the queue, alright. This is how the queue works. So I can get you into the queue for the next one. Then after that we're gonna decide what to do next in a couple of seconds. You can cast the vote still. The poll is still running for the next few seconds. Just need loots? Alright, fair enough. Poll is ended. Pits are gonna be next. Pool. Gonna be doing pits. Pits gives you loot. I've actually gotten some pretty decent gear from pits at the end of it, DA wise. So join up the queue. We're gonna be doing pits next. So the next party and the queue is gonna be doing pits with me. Oh no, don't need bit environment. Ooh, boots. Useful. QGA, useful. Did we get tune an upgrade? Need the maximum resource.
Please.
No.
No.
No maximum resource. Yo.
I think it was like only 0.45 as well.
Then I'm gonna give you some loots. I don't know if you have mats or not, but there you go. There's loots we had. You are very welcome, then. Okay. Oh, okay. That is a mythic helm for me. A lot of gloves. You're very welcome. Then I'm gonna do another kill for you, just because you just joined. Okay, and there's Visage again. Yay. Do another kill for you. If you have mats, you can use them. Do I just add you? Send me a handle. So when it's your turn, you can provide me your battlement and I'll add you. So we'll be doing pits next. So you're gonna be in the queue for pits for next. Oops, sorry. Don't pay attention. So that's the last Vershawn's kill. Sorry, Vershawn. Last Belial kill. And now we're gonna be swapping to bits. If you want to level up your glyphs, level up and out, or whatever, now's the time. Get back into the queue. Exclamation mark join gets into the queue. This is how pits work in general. If you've never been boosted or helped with pits. Whoa, 4 GA bow. This is Sky Hunter for GA. Wind Force, of course. Anybody know this for Wind Force Max? Why couldn't I get a Beast Wolf 4 GA, honestly? Like, why? You're very welcome. What is wrong with that? No comment.
I mean, Blizzard would be like, I know you want a 4 GAB4 boots, but how about this Wind Force?
Wind Force. Wind Force. And it's a max aspect at the bottom as well, which is insane. Alright, cool. Okay, we do. That's just life. Okay, cool. So, leave party.
Some collector might want it.
Select. Yeah, it might be. It might be somebody who wants it. Let me try and get some Mythic Uni cash. Let's roll on the Mythic Uni cash. Okay, I want everybody to right now think good thoughts. Thank you, Dama. Please. Drum roll.
Yeah, pray into the RNG gods.
Pray for a 4G that I'm never going to use.
Jesus.
I'm never going to use anything again because I've already freaking got
4GA Ringer Starless Skies.
Yes. And I've already like triple masterworked everything I needed. Even if it doesn't have the right GA, I'm not gonna reroll. But anyway, let's go. That's Doombringer with all stats. Oh, cool. Didn't need that. Cool. Bye bye. Thank you very much for praying with me. Answers have not come. All right. If you're up next, you're in queue for pits. Okay. If you don't have your battlement, please provide your battlement. If I do have your battlement, please request to join. I'm gonna go on normal mode so everybody can join, even if you need an out help. Change the message as usual. Please, please.
15 bill for something that no one's ever gonna use is not terrible.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you can always sell us stuff. Yeah, it's just the problem. I don't know what the frick to buy with my gold at the moment. I'm capped. I have 2 pieces of gear that I could like sell for double cap probably, but that's a sec, people. Okay. Right, so Big Jeff. My name is Jeff.
Mini Jeff.
Thank you, Zan, for that. It's really. It's alright, Shell. It's okay. It happens.
I mean that amulet that I linked you earlier, I was curious about how much it would go for.
Yeah.
And I got an offer of 80 bill, a 2 GA staff, and 10 stacks of husks.
Yeah, fucking freaking like dupers and they're whatever. It is a good one and it's rare because legendaries are extremely rare this season. On top of that,
Yeah.
just being able to get the right stats on an amulet is even more so rare. So yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah.
So congrats on that. I mean, I managed to sell like a per. No,
Like
it was.
I didn't sell it,
blinding
but
it.
I was just curious of like what I would get for it.
Yeah.
That was like the highest.
I'm wondering what if I put the core boots. These. Sorry, the gloves. What I get for it? Like these. Where are they? These one here. Core skills, maximum life res, gloves. Because this we actually use it on Rogue. Anyway, I'll be right back. So I could hear you. I heard what you said. So cool, good.
Although the resistance isn't as appealing as you think.
No. Yeah, for
No, but they can always roll it off though, couldn't they? So
max life is important.
You'd re-roll it to max life.
Max life is more important.
and a 2 GA on 2 stats that you want is better than nothing.
Who's not voting?
All right, cool. Let's go. Oopsie. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't do anything about like them hitting you through a freaking wall. Unfortunately. Hey, come here, people. Yes. Ah. Freaking corners, sharp corners are my worst enemy. Oh no. Not on my sword here. I can't. I gotta untrain my sword brain to do things differently.
Yeah,
Ah,
you can't teleport over gaps.
exactly. I just keep putting my freaking mouse over gaps, and I'm like, yeah, no, it's not gonna work, is it? I know Warriors, my name is Yef. Honestly, this is a community of kindness. This is a place where we pay forward to play for. So this is what we do all season, every season. We just help people, and we hope that one act of kindness can help change the world. One act of kindness at a time, you know? That's all we do. And we have a community of active players that do exactly that. They want to help each other, are open-minded and kind-hearted, and so we are happy to help. Yep. Hey, remember, don't walk into the boss room, otherwise you're gonna have a bad time. Doink doink. Because otherwise you're gonna lose the experience. I really dislike how they changed the glass system. On my channel, we rob, chin, and steal. Absolutely, Zen. Absolutely.
Eddie Guerrero lives on in Zen's channel.
Although I forgot to put a couple of things. 94. Pit number 1 out of 5. So random, some mobs are so tanky. Hits and others just aren't. Also, I'll be back. So I'm gonna be stopping the game in about an hour and 14 minutes, and I'll be back after 4 hours. So I usually play up until 6 p.m. UK time, and then I start back up at 10 p.m. UK time, except for Thursdays where I don't take a pause in between. So I'll just take a pause to eat. I do this Monday to Friday, people.
And he takes the weekends off.
And I take the weekends off. That is correct. Family time. Sold the Hail of Hourglass on for 40. Why? 45 billion? What?
Myself and others will be in the Discord on the weekends. So if you want to come play with us, then you can.
Yeah. As I said, Discord is very active and there's people playing over weekends and in the nights. We have people from all over the world in Discord. If you're interested, Discord is pinned at the top, or you can be in chat right now if you want to join the community. Just make sure you agree to the rules. We just want to foster a community where people feel welcome and can have an open mind, kind heart.
And treat each other with respect.
Treat each other with respect, as we're not a boosting service and we're trying to be adults as much as we can. Well, half the time we're not, but in a good way. I go close the door a little bit because my arrived with our son. I'm gonna hear my son otherwise. Hey, Simbad. Hey, buddy. How was your weekend? Badge. Oh, that's good, Ken. By the way, give me a sec. Let me check. Where are we with the reliquary for Berserk? That's it. Slowly get in there. One more.
How am I doing with mine?
Good when bad. What? Sorry, quad biking with Son. And wow, amazing quad biking. Where in the UK do you quad bike? I mean, I guess anywhere in the countryside, but cool. I never been quad biking. What's it like? For myself, it was just family time as well. I unplugged, managed to read a book a little bit. Not the whole book, just a part of a book. I wish I could read that quickly. I have so many books to read. Funny, and I always like video games. Books are like video games for me. Like I keep adding to the list of to read. The other day I found out about another. I mean, now I was talking to Toon like on Friday and to Luffy, and they added to like 3 series: the Skullduggery series, the Percy Jackson series, and what was the other one? The
Artemis Fowl.
Artemis Fowl. Yeah, exactly. Mine that I'm interested in now, and then now I found out that Dan Simmons, person who also wrote Hyperion, which is one of the classics of science fiction, did a kind of like horror-ish / historic book called Terror, which the BBC is doing a TV show on, and apparently the book is very good. So, and that's just my weekend. I've added gazelle. Like, how many books in this? Well, to be fair, I didn't add all the books to this year. I always add the first one to read, and then after that.
Do you care how you consume the book?
No,
like,
no.
Like, do you like to sit down with like a physical book, or?
If I can, I prefer sitting down, but because of the life that I lead, I audiobooks are very much reading, like very much reading. So
yeah,
audiobooks
because
is
yeah, because I was going to suggest to you audiobooks because like you could do like other stuff while you're listening.
Yeah, absolutely. The problem is I can't really stream and talk to people and also listen to an audiobook. Audiobook require you to be very
No, I don't mean while you stream.
Oh,
I mean like when you're doing like other stuff, like if you're doing some like cleaning or something around the house.
Yeah. At the moment, I'm audiobooking Aragon's Inheritance, and I'm reading.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Aragon's Inheritance. Yeah, I'm rereading it for like the 3rd time because I wanted to reread the whole saga before going into reading the Tales of Algacia and Murtagh, the 2 new books that came out. I didn't even know, and then I found out that they came out. So now I'm going to read those. And after that, I've got access to any audiobook that I want, not only through Audible. And if I wanted to, I could go, but my plan is to finish the Skull Throne from Peter V. Brett, which is I've just started as this chunky book, and also the other one that I want to read is The Empire of the Vampire. I don't remember who wrote that, but I've been interested in reading that one. So these are my year in book kind of thing. Before I would read about 22 to 25 books per year, but now I'm so busy I just don't have the time. The problem is, before Noah was born, I wouldn't stream in the night, and so my evening was, we get home, have lunch, spend time with the missus, maybe.
So that would be like booked reading time before you go to bed or something like that.
Exactly, 2 hours, and honestly, I stay up like up until sometimes even 2 if the book was really good. But now I just work in the evening. I work nights, so I can't do that. Well, yeah, I love reading, and I don't. I'm one of those that says reading as anything that is consuming a book. So long as you consume the book in one way or another. I think I remember telling you at the beginning when I asked you the first time. I asked you like, have you ever read X, Y, and Z? I don't remember what I asked you, and you're like, oh no, because I'm autistic. I don't. I was like, yeah, but for me, audiobooks is reading as well. I'm not autistic. Sorry, dyslexic.
Dyslexic, yeah.
Yeah, sorry. And yeah, for me, audiobooks are very much reading because you do. It's just another way of digesting information and
yeah.
So and it's good.
It's not that I can't read; it just takes me longer to read.
Oh yeah. Cool. But
And with audiobooks, it gives me because I'm not physically reading. It gives me more mental capacity to imagine like the world in the book and everything like that.
Exactly. Yeah, I love that. Honestly, I'm warm for him. And I was like you when I was at work and I had like mindless spreadsheet stuff that I had to do, or checks that were really mindless for my work. I would just pop in an audiobook in my ears. I always had something in my ears if I was in a meeting. And yeah, just always. And I've had a lot of series finished that way. On the way home as well, while in the bus or walking. I've been digesting books in audiobook like crazy since forever. And like I said, it's not only Audible. I can find audiobooks. So if you ever need an audiobook tune and you're struggling to find it because maybe Audible doesn't have it, I'll be able to find it for you.
Okay.
Saying.
Audible usually has like everything that I need.
Yeah. Oh yeah, but there are some things, like for example, the Warhammer series aren't on Audible, right? So if somebody were to read the Black Library Warhammer series, they tend to have their own website. Well, they used to. I don't know if they changed it now. Yeah. Anita Blake by Laura K. Hamilton is a great series. I'm not sure if it's an audiobook, most likely. What is it about? Never heard of it. Oh no, wait, no, we spoke about it before. Wait, no, isn't that the vampire lady, or am I confusing you with someone else? Yeah, me and names, I'm really bad with names, so yeah, the vampire hunt. Yeah. Speaking of vampires, I've actually just gotten my hands on the whole entire Buffy the Vampire Slayer series because Angel, because they are making a new TV show about it with the old cast. So I think it's going to be a continuation rather than a reboot. And I really loved it.
I got them on DVD.
Oh, dude, did you enjoy them?
I like Buffy and Angel.
Yeah.
So that's why I got like the collection so I could keep it.
Right. Anita Blake, Vampire Hunter. Your friends? Is that a show, or are you talking about Buffy the Vampire Slayer? Either way, it's cool. Okay, please tell me who it is, so I can geek out. Because Buffy was an immense part of my childhood. I cannot even stress it. Like, I would get home from school and I would watch Buffy. I was, for some reason in Italy at the time, was like Dawson's Creek and Buffy or something like that. It was always like something romantic, smoochy for girls, and then Buffy. So. Oh yeah, he played the kids. Yeah, the anointed one. The beginning. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I remember him. It was so creepy. He had the master in that episode. That's cool, man. Cool. I will say one thing that I hope people will laugh too much about, but when I like back in November, when I like my life was a bit upside down and I decided to do streaming or writing, Mainly streaming came as an extension of my writing because I wanted to write my book. And I thought it'd be cool maybe to write my book online. Maybe I'll get like one person to come in and give me their opinion maybe once in a while. And then, the whole idea of like, oh, why don't I stream games and all that stuff kind of spawned. But at the same time, I had the idea of what if I went back to singing and take acting classes? And the only reason why I didn't go for that is because it requires a lot of money. And I only had money to invest into one thing. And for me, writing kind of took precedence. Really wanted to finish my book. That's really cool. Okay, Solar. Oh, yeah, he slipped in one eye and said he was nicknamed the annoying one. I was... No, wait, what? Slipped in where, by the way? How did you guys meet? That's pretty cool. I've met some real life actors myself. Like properly met like as friends and stuff like that. Not really friends, more like friends of friends, but that's very nice. I mean, in the end, I've always been interested about becoming one because it's a cool idea of being able to play make believe, because that's all you do. You're just like you never grow old. You're just a child playing a role all the time, So I used to love doing that as a kid. I don't think I have the looks, but then there are a lot of actors that don't have the looks, but they have the skill. But it requires a lot of work and dedication. It's something you have to, just like I'm doing with streaming, anything in life worth doing, you have to put your ass and work so hard to try and get it, It's not really worth doing half-ass because unless you're extremely, extremely, extremely fortunate, nothing you'll do half-assed will get you anywhere. Especially in the long run. Notice is 2001, and the alphabet testing the Matrix Online. He created a gaming company called Illuminati Gaming Society, aka Tags. To start and play Star Wars Galaxy. Wow. Oh, cool. That's nice. That's really cool. He was a child actor as well. Child actor is tough, man. Like, not easy. Acting in general is not an easy thing, especially for your self-esteem, but child acting, especially in Hollywood, things you hear. There are real life monsters there. Anyway, cool. We're done with current amount of people in the pits. And there's 5 pits done. So if you want to get back in and join the queue again, you're more than welcome to do so. Yeah. I'm gonna, sorry, the Dutch Chef. Hello, buddy. Welcome to the community. Ooh. So at the moment, there's only 2 people in the queue. My name is Yef. For some reason, you're not in the queue anymore. I know. Can I re-add you again? Can you rejoin, please? And I'll put you at the top. I think, like, accidentally pressed the wrong button. Anyway, I'm gonna leave the party. Thank you. Right. So, at the moment, the queue is, my name is Yef, Xavius, the Dutch Chef. So, if I've called your name, please join up on me. Okay? I'm gonna swap real quickly to Torment. Gonna try and get some... I think gloves is gonna be fine. Exclamation mark join gets you to your queue if you don't know how to join. Where's my gloves? Really? No GA at all? I'm Swap to Torment? No? Nope, none at all. Alright. So my name is Yef and Dutch Chef, I think? Oh no, that's VF. My name is Yef. Okay, and so I need Zavis and Dutch to join up on me. Dutch, I'm gonna add you just now. Thank you for giving me your balance, buddy. Dutch Chef. What do you cook? What kind of chef are you? I adore anything regarding food. Please let me know if you're truly a chef. I'll be right back while you join up. Okay, I'm back. Oh, you were a chef before in a hotel? That's amazing. What kind of chef? And also, what do you do now, if I may ask? But if I'm not too nosy. Okay, here we go. 5 more pits. Somebody AFK? Happy to wait. Necessary. We're all-rounder. Different buffets to party up to 300 people. How? Oh yeah, so sorry. Zombie, you are very correct. You are very correct. Thank you for coming in and reminding me. Sorry, buddy. Yeah, we said, yeah. Have one if you need it. Can only give you one though. I got a lot of bucks, but fuck all the hell. You need that? Okay. Yo, party, I'll rejoin real quick, alright? Just give me a sec. I'm gonna do a quick trade. Yup. If you have to donate something, you can donate Betrayer's Husk. You know, I never asked for anything, so for me, I'm fine. Otherwise, I don't care, honestly. You can just take it. Doesn't matter. Go. Enjoy, buddy. Alright, I'm gonna rejoin back. Oh yeah, how are you enjoying the season, Zombie? Nice to see you. Sorry, I didn't mean to forget. I was just been. Can I kindly get party lead again, please? Yeah, you burnt out all for shock. I understand. Yeah. I understand entirely. Cool. Thank you very much. There we go. Granny, all good. All good. I see you are hard at working, helping people. That's all I do, buddy. You know me. That's always what I do. Every season. I did Sork, and now I'm just doing Rogue for myself. But you know, it's always with the idea of helping people. So I never really min-max too much. Kind of as a byproduct, me min-maxing my build. So, but yeah, very grindy, very. It feels like Eternal, honestly. It feels like we're grinding Eternal. I'm gonna lie. Doesn't feel like a season. The good thing is the boss powers, but they're gonna be gone in a nanosecond. So. And we're gonna get Horadric powers now. Gonna be a real Horadrim now. I miss playing the class for a few seasons. Yeah. Yeah, the Sork is it's needed some law because we got so tired of doing the freaking Shatter build. So it's good to have, but the problem is that the Sork is still gonna struggle unless they fix a way for us to do boss damage. Because at the moment it's so tedious. But I'm very happy where it is. Just that it's very boss dependent, like boss power dependent to a certain degree. So I'm very happy with Sork as well. I haven't been able to play Sork properly since season 4. It's been since season 4 that I haven't been able to play Sork because I never liked the Shatter Sork. I didn't like the Incinerator Meteor Sork. So for me, it's always been like I have to go zip zap everywhere and don't like Shatter. Shatter's still bagged, I think. Mars takes forever at the end of a pit. Yeah, exactly. If you see me run pits to help people, I still run the boss power build for it because I just don't care. You know, look. Oh well. Numero uno, fun, done. Oh, we got 800 and something artificial stone. That's good. Thanks. Okay, here we go again. Hello. Welcome. Be pull. I love the idea of being able to pull like the mobs everywhere you want. You know, like I'm gonna move you here. I'm gonna move you there. I'm gonna move you here. I'm gonna move you there. All right. Mobs in here. You cannot hide from me. So, yeah, Dutch chef, how do you take care of 400, like 300 something people? That's insane, man. You must have a really tight brigade, and everybody needs to be incredibly well versed in their role. Very compartmentalized, right? Clockwork, just one after another. Also, the prepping for 300 people must be incredible. What do you do now again? Sorry. A lot of prep kitchen in a couple of hours. Yeah. Are you a chef too? Yep. Yeah, 300 people is not easy, huh? I mean, you get used to it if you do 300 people. I wonder though, like, how do you do 300 people and still maintain incredible quality because, you know, something's got to give, you know? Dude, what was that? What was this thing here? Look at that. It's an arm that's elongated. What the hell is that? A Picasso? What? What the ever loving F was that? Of course. Walked in, I was a sous chef, but it wasn't for me. Fair enough. Wow. Well, sous chef is not an easy position. I mean, working in a kitchen is not an easy position. I worked in a kitchen for a wee while. Doesn't matter what you do. Still not fun. You must really, really be passionate about food serving. Because it's not just being passionate about food. It's working in the environment. Because I love cooking, but I wouldn't want to work in a restaurant personally. Because of how annoying it is. A lot of prep work. We had a good team. Due to a shitty mistake of the hospital, I can't work anymore. Basically, my legs are screwed up. Fuck. I'm so sorry, buddy. Dude. That just sucks. Oh, shit. So what is your passion? You guys, what is it that you love doing? Because job is one thing, but your passion is a different thing, right? Perhaps you wanted to be, I don't know, the next Pope or a porn actor when you were growing up. You never know. I work air and freight logistics for Amazon. Air and freight? Wow. You organize the shipments and moving stuff? Well, that's incredible. We actually have... Was it you, Xavius, that you were working at Amazon at one point? Optimizing the... I don't know if Xavius is here.
Right, I'm gonna go and eat. I'll be lurking now.
Alright, enjoy, buddy. Forever.
Okay, take it easy.
2 times the money and work from home? Yeah. I've heard horror stories of working for Amazon. That's why I'm always interested. Because, like, a lot of people say that they're really shitty. Especially when it comes to ads development. I had one of the managers that was working with one of the companies. He ended up being the head of advertisement for local, like, here and I think even Scotland. He was the head of Amazon advertisement in the area, and he just burned out so bad. Just, he was so talented and was being paid a lot. He ended up like just having enough and becoming a postman. That's how bad it was. He just needed a break. You're 7-year-old with arthritis. Yeah, they work in a fucking warehouse job. Yeah, of course. Rough at the bottom for sure, where you can get into higher ups. It's amazing. Why is it amazing, if I may ask? I don't have any issues working jobs it shouldn't be. That's the issue. Fair enough. Handled too late, but got now permanent nerve damage, so randomly I just drop multiple times a day to the ground because the nerves are kind of shortcut. I can't feel coming, so yeah, it's basically my life story now. Understand. I'm very sorry to hear about it. It's just a shame. I hope they manage to at least cover you for something like. neither generation's problems working jobs, period. Benefits from... Yeah, there's a lot of laziness. And a lot of, like, lack of diligence and doing things right. Attention to detail. Like, there's a lot of problems, yeah. It's rare to have somebody that's diligent, hardworking, and... But at the same time, there's a lot of shitty workplaces that will just use you and abuse you, and that's not worth it. And everyone's upper generation farmers is covering their ass daily, so it's easy. Really? So how do you cover your ass daily? Can you give me an example? So what is it that you do now, Dutch? Are you able to do something that you're passionate about, that you enjoy, or... I hope they didn't... Hey, Toshi, welcome back. How are you, buddy? Did you have a good weekend? No one knows what's really going on. Files and operating procedures. Cool. I guess. I mean, if you just do what it says in the book, they can't really get annoyed at you. Right? My weekend was really good, yeah. Spent time with my wife and my son, and nice. Very nice, actually. Had a lovely time. Thank you for asking. So the reason why I ask people stuff like that, Dutch and HF, like I am honestly interested about, like, you know, people's and connections, and I'm not just there to fill my time. So actually I do care. So I hope you will mind me asking this stuff. I'm not just asking out of weird morbid curiosity or anything like that. I ask it from the heart, never from anywhere else. Still cook at home and lots of play some games now and then. Recently started with Diablo, having a blast, so that is the main focus. I'm gonna get dog care, and so long as walks. Wheelchair, yeah, understandable. I was for a short amount of time in a wheelchair. It's not fun. We have a few people that are in situations where for their health reasons they are not able to you know, hold down a job, or what do you call hold down a job? I am one of them, for example, but there's a few, and this is a very welcoming community to everybody. We never judge. Anybody who judges or is an asshole is gonna very quickly get booted out of the community. So, by the way, so I'm shameless plug. This is a community of kindness where we pay it forward to play it forward, where we have an open heart and an open mind. So if anybody wants to join and become a permanent fixture of the community, we don't only play games. We talk about anything. We talk about life. Like last Thursday and Friday, we had discussions about everything, literally. We range from like really superficial to and fun, like not in a bad, like dumb superficial, like in a fun, having fun way to anything serious. Discord is there if you want to join. If you accept the rules, you're more than welcome to be part of our community. And Nico, thank you so much for that follow. You didn't have to do that. Appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. Okay, so that was pit number 4. One more pit, and then we're done with this group. And then we're going. We talk about food. Yes, we talk about food. We talk about gaming. We talk about everything. We even have a food channel. where we post pictures about food. What I'm trying to do here is create a little community of kind people, and we're trying to change the world one kind act at a time, and we just have a welcoming place where people can just come here and then just be themselves and have discussions about things. If we do, always with an open mind, never with, oh, this is my side, fuck you, kind of situation. Never like that, because then that is not a discussion. That is just, I always say that opinions are like assholes. Everybody's got an asshole, right? But just because you do it doesn't mean you should go and shove it in somebody else's face unless they ask for it. If they ask for it, then you are interested in that asshole. Also, keep assholes out of children's faces, please. So how does Diablo expansion work? Isn't the new expansion every season? So the first expansion was just like this year. The next expansion is going to be, they say, they hope next year. I'll believe it when I see it, seeing how bad they are at doing anything, really. I love these mobs that just don't get any damage because they're bugged. So it's very much up in the air of how often we get expansions. There's an expansion plan for the beginning of next year, just like it was for this year. We'll see if they keep their word or there's going to be delays. So we'll see. At the moment, it's undecided. There's just a generic roadmap on the game. So Dutch, is this your first time playing Diablo? Do you play other games? For Sample, yeah. Starting now a total of 2 weeks. Wait, oh, Elder Scrolls Online. How is that game? I've always been interested in playing it and trying it. I've never managed to get around it. I had a phase when I was looking into MMOs at one point again. That was about 6 years ago, and I ended up like it was between Elder Scrolls, because I was moving away from Final Fantasy 14, so I was going Elder Scrolls or Guild Wars 2, and I ended up with Guild Wars 2, but could have easily ended up in the other one. It's kind of like a toy of the cost. Toss of the coin. I'm sorry, I struggle today. My autism sometimes just don't see eye to eye. Do I level all classes every season? I don't have time to level all classes every season. I could cheat and do that because there's people are always happy to level me, but no, I tend to do I have time for 2 classes. Like, how much have I played this? It's been 17 hours, like 120 hours so far I've played this season. Just barely. That's been with me being busy and taking care of I'm not playing on weekends at all. So, and the time I spend helping people. So I don't really have time. I want to help people. I like most of my days during the week are just spent doing that. Nothing else to do. 3F46 and 1 to 21, not bad. Congrats. Congrats, buddy. It is really good. All right, cool. So I'm gonna leave this party. Next up on the train for doing pits, we have Navrakian, Omicron, and Zen mode. I don't have you in my Battle.net. Please provide me your Battle.net and I'll add you. Provide in chat, I beg you. And if not, send a join request like Never just did. Please and thank you. Yeah, anytime. You're more than welcome to rejoin the queue. There's only like one more person up next, so you're two now. So you're more than welcome to join the queue. Exclamation mark join gets into the queue to play with us. This is what the queue looks like at the moment. And you're always welcome in our community, Jeff. Yeah. Dutch. Again, apologies today. My struggling. Oh, thank you for that follow. You didn't have to. Thank you. Right, what am I missing? So I have Zen. I have Never. Ooh. Omicron, can you please provide me your battle tag? I have. Oh, it's okay, Dutch. Don't worry about it. You didn't. I don't ask. I don't ask anybody to follow or subscribe or any of that jazz. I just ask you guys to pay for, but I appreciate it immensely when you do. I really do. Omicron, last call. Are you there, buddy? Yep. Okay. Cool. Thanks for letting me know, buddy. I'm just gonna move you down. All right. Thoshi, it's you next. Thoshi. Yeah. Woo. Okay. Yep. All right. Here we go. Also, we've hit 513 followers, right? Which is crazy because just a couple weeks ago I was barely hitting 450. And we are 65 freaking subscribers when a couple weeks ago I was barely hitting 12. So the highest had been 31. So you guys are amazing. I just want to thank you very much from the bottom of my heart for just being you. So thank you, honestly. You're just a wee lad, now you're a man. Och, I was just a wee lad. Of course. It's alright. You know, this kind of stuff just changes. I'm just extremely fortunate. I still think it was a fluke, but I'm just happy if the community grows because that's my main priority. Yeah, so I just want the community to keep growing, because that is what I want to do. I want to give you guys a community to be proud of and to be welcomed by and just be able to be here whenever you want. Appreciate you and the community found it. Oh, thank you, Zen. I appreciate you and you being a part of our community. So, hey, Adams. Hey, buddy. How was your weekend? How you doing? I'm very sorry I've been AFK. I'm tired. He was blindsided laid off. Oh, shit, man. No, dude. I'm so sorry to hear. If you gifted any subs or did any subs or something like that, I can refund them for you. If it'll help. Jesus Christ, man, I'm so sorry. FEMA is biting the dust. Me, man. How's your missus taking it all in? How's the family taking it all in? Fucking hell, man. I'm so sorry, buddy. Honestly. What the hell is that? Oh, freaking Mother Judgment. Oh, joy. Man, this sucks, honestly, bud. And not just you, the whole fucking team. I was a federal employee, so it's a lot of paperwork. Well, yeah. Hell, man. Craziness. I know I don't need a refund. I'm just trying to be mindful here, buddy. If I can help in any way. No, you know you're always welcome here, so if you just want to vent, feel free to do so. Fucking hell, man. I actually said I was just more than I can say of Twitch. Yeah, no, yeah. No, it's okay. It doesn't matter, man. I was just wanting to help, that's all. Twitch is nothing at the moment, unfortunately, for me. It's a lot. It's a lot. I'm not gonna lie, but it doesn't cover even remotely anything that needs to be covered, so. But you don't do it for that. You do it because you want to do it, because you are passionate about it. If you get into Twitch with the idea of like I'm doing it to make money, then you're just in to get hurt. Honestly, you're in it for the wrong reasons, you know, or because you want to be like successful or big or that stuff. And that's something I didn't enter with. I mean, of course, if it does happen, and I will love it, but that's not my reasoning, you know. Oh, thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. Hey, Kat, how are you doing? How's the weather in Cali? Thank you, buddy. So, what does like FEMA do? Because I know it's a federal like department for emergency. Like, what did you do at FEMA? Like, what did you like? You get a crisis somewhere, and then you just what? Oh, if you don't want to talk about it, you just want to vent or just nothing. Like, what would be your passion as well, Adams? I want to know that. What we'd like to do if you weren't doing that. Now that you have a bit more. Grants management. Ah, I see. Good. How are you? I'm good, my friend. I'm very, very good. I've had a wonderful weekend. Spent time with the family and our son. And yeah, it was nice weather in the past 3-4 weeks. Has been extremely nice weather. Today is the first day where we've had really clouds and cold. It's been really nice weather lately, so so we managed to enjoy a bit of that. We went out. We did that. We usually have a date night on Saturday where we always, no matter even when Noah was born. I remember, of course, it was much harder the first few months. I mean, he's only 8 months now. The first 3 months were hell. But we always tried to keep it to try and do something. So it would be like we'd order food from a nice little place and then just watch our stuff together. Like we have series or movies that we enjoy watching. That's sort of our thing. So that's what we do. That was number 2. That's important. Yes, it is. Java specialized in making sure states were getting the money they actually needed. Towards the end, it was battling our own government to get Florida and North Carolina the money for Hurricane. Well, it's crazy that there has to be a battle for that. As it shouldn't. There shouldn't be any freaking battle for that. It should come. You know, governments are just very complicated machines, and when there's money involved, there's always something that can go wrong. So I think I'm gonna change the music a little bit. Go. What do you guys like to do on your weekends? Cat, everybody else involved. What is your favorite thing? How's the rogue? It's strong. I like it. It's very, very strong. It's not my speed level, I still prefer the Sork though. The way he plays, I still prefer the Sork 100%, but it's really good. Really strong. I like the everything basically. Not that I'm playing it extremely well. I barely got time to play Rogue, but yeah. Person to care, I lost the job, but our entire department is gone and where people were suffering. Yeah, of course. You have friends and people you care about there. It's especially because you didn't get a did you guys get a severance package or something like that? Not that it helps, but at least when you get blindsided, that's a little bit of a comfort of, you know, hey. You know? National help debts were terrible. Oh, what's the worst job I've ever had? It was my first job straight out of university. It's a close step between that and like my third or fourth one. So basically, I was struggling a lot with depression, and my boss's boss. My boss was amazing, but my boss's boss was a dickhead. And he was even saying like, why didn't the lady that processed my application tell him that I had depression? And I was still working. I was still doing everything I needed to do. I was just struggling with doing certain things. Like, give you an example. Like, I had days where I couldn't just come in the office, but I was happy to work from home, which at the time was, you know, frowned upon. Still is most places. And so he made my life miserable. And on the week where my okay, nice. Not for my bill, but it's for somebody else's bill, so that's not bad. So in the week that my boss took a couple of weeks off, he made my life even worse of a living hell, and basically kind of forced me to leave the company. I was literally crying, telling them I'm trying my best. I don't know what else you want me to do. In front of him with the HR just sitting there, and I was like, I don't know what else you want me to do. I'm struggling. I'm doing my best to stay afloat, and I'm still showing up every day, still doing all the tasks you have asked me to, but you're giving more and more I'm piling on. And what do you want me to do? And at the time, I didn't even know I was autistic. You know, if I'd known, I think autism gets less frowned upon than depression or mental health because it's a neurological thing. But still, the guy was a dickhead, and from what I hear, he was also somebody who was inappropriate and with women in the office. So he ended up working at Google after that. So good riddance. Anyway. That was one of my worst ones. The other worst one was, I think it was my third or fourth, I don't remember, after university. The guy was, I ended up in this little small company, and the guy was the boss. Not only was he extremely sexist, I remember, because I was a manager at that time, and he was like making remarks of the candidates that we were hiring, if they were good-looking women, and was being like, oh, it'd be really distracted if we hired this woman in the office. Ha ha ha. Okay. Yeah, he was just like the kind of person, like, I would work weekends, I would work after hours. The problem is I had my freaking doctor's meetings that I had to. So he was the kind of person who's like, oh yeah, if you don't go to doctor meetings, I need a proof every day that you go to doctor meetings. And because of that, sometimes like there'll be traffic coming back from the office, and I would come in late. So, you know, me at the time was thinking, you know what, I put in the work in the weekends, which is unpaid. I put in extra over-hour work, which is unpaid. Guys at least gonna recognize that. But no, of course, he focused on the fact that I was late due to this kind of stuff. So I was like, okay, cool. Fuck you. Bye. I lasted a total of 3 weeks. He made me feel also really bad about my knowledge, like second guess something that in my previous jobs I was really, really good at, and I was the best at it. And I had directors say like, holy shit, how do you know all this stuff? And he just made me second guess everything. So when you know, all together, it was just bye. Housing and urban development. Oh, wow. Sunday dinner. I'm a stereotypical Italian in some ways. That's amazing. I love that. Yeah, my parents still do them. They're really important. But even French people do them. Yeah, it is horrible, but the thing is, there's a lot of shit out there, and there's not enough safeguarding, especially for people like myself, who I, at the time, didn't know I was autistic. My battery would run dry really quickly. So I was struggling a lot. I was still trying to keep up, but I was struggling a lot, and people wouldn't provide me support or help. The support was like, okay, we'll allow you to do this, and I would do that, and they'd be like, yeah, but you're doing that now. Yeah, I'm like, yeah, well, you provided me this help. Yeah, but you know, you can't do it. You shouldn't do it so much. And I'm like, well, what do you want me to do? I'm struggling, but I'm still working, right? So, and you get seen as lazy. You get seen as like you don't want to work with us. By the fact that when my battery was full, I was working fine, right? So I called my battery because like I had only enough capacity to social interaction to be able to do things in the way that I want in the office. Like I do really well when I'm by myself in the studio, right? And I can handle teams. I've handled teams without problems. It's a matter of like, it depends on my autism and my depression, how it would go. You know, I have bad days and I have good days. And you know, I was being seen by specialists. I was taking a lot of medication, but they don't care. You know, people just don't care anymore. So you're just a number. No matter how much money you make for them, you're just a number. They don't really care. Ultimately, they'll have you replaced in a nanosecond. Not everywhere, but it's most places that I've been. It was like that. It's hard to deal with. We do some things differently. Yeah, we do things differently. And the fact is that I was working in a marketing job that required me to be always present, always inside the team, and client facing a lot. So when I was struggling to socialize, I wasn't allowed the spaces that I needed, but I didn't know that I was autistic back then, right? So People just thought I was like lazy or weird. You know, I've been like that my whole life. Awareness is better, yeah. The problem is if you don't know that you have it and you're just telling them I'm having mental health problems, they don't. At least here in Scotland, they treat me like shit. They do everything they can. They'll bend over backwards, but they don't do it out of the goodness of their hearts. They'll quote unquote bend over backwards within the legal confines so they don't get sued. And they try and find a way to kick you out as quickly as they can. I get rid of you as quickly as they can. So all this inclusivity is only applying just for the book. It doesn't really matter, like gender inclusivity and all this stuff. It's only for to look good on a book. They don't really care for you, ultimately. And they're only down for productivity, and independently even productivity is overall. I had this boss one time. This was after I got a grip of my depression, right? And I was managing. It was a good time. And this boss, right? I was at the time taking care of somebody who was very sick. So it required me to keep certain times and certain hours. And rarely, not all the times, right? Rarely I had to go and to the doctors to help them. On top of that, I was still going to my bi-weekly at the time mental health appointments. So again, work overtime, working weekends, and all that. And I've never missed a deadline because by then I'd gotten better at handling things. I gotten better at a lot of things, and I was handling it. And my manager at the time was so well pleased with me. Like, he'd never seen anybody work so well. He was so happy with me. He, again, very knowledgeable that I was and all that stuff. And one of the owners of the company, the CEO, who actually, funny enough, embezzled money and left the company in the shits, and he closed down the company. He wasn't the owner, but he was the CEO hired by the owners. This asshole, one day apparently I get a message like from my manager, and my manager's like, "Oh, we have to talk." And I was like, "Talk about what?" "Okay, cool, let's talk." And he brought me. I was like, "So yeah, this voice is like, it's not from me, but it's from managers above. You're spending some time doing this stuff, and you're spending time away from it, and I'm just getting some pressure from the top. I'm happy with your performance. I just wanted to let you know. And if you can, like, I don't know, go less." And I'm like, somebody's life depends upon me, and I'm literally taking care of somebody. At the time, I was taking care of a sick person, plus, and I mean, like, really, really sick person. I was taking care of a new puppy by myself. And I was trying to keep myself afloat with everything, whilst also having a really high responsibility job at the time, right? And I never missed a deadline, right? So this is what I told him. Have I ever missed a deadline? No. Has my work been anything less than excellent? Not even good, excellent. No. So what is the problem? Oh yeah, but you need to spend more time in the office. No, I don't. Like, I don't. I really don't. If my job, like, what? Why? I don't understand. Like, it's not. I'm not even working with clients at that point. I was just needing to do tasks and improve the business, and the business wasn't improving on my side. Funny enough, the issues all came from the CEO who embezzled. But so. Anyway, that's life. Sorry, give me a sec. I just waiting for the ads to break. Yeah, so basically that's the story. Nothing else to it. I've had bad jobs, I've had good jobs. Realistically, in this world, every time I found something about my mental health, people are not supportive. And unfortunately, I understand it takes a toll. It takes a toll on the people around you. And neurotypicals, people especially, struggle a lot in understanding how hard and how different it is for us. And they just don't. It's impossible to put yourself in the mindset for most people of somebody else who doesn't think like you. So, and I love it because these places, I still remember they would do the mental health awareness, month, and it was just laughable. It was like, yay, you're doing something, but you're not actually putting anything that you're preaching into place, Frustratingly stupid, whatever. It's okay. In the end, I understood that I wasn't gonna manage anymore. Like, I was just going in circles. My life wasn't going anywhere on that side. Why I ended up trying to make up my own business and all that stuff. It's not easy though, so. Alright, that is 5 runs. Alright, cool. That's life. So for everybody that's still in the queue, guys, I'm gonna be on later. Okay, it's 6 o'clock. It's time that I go help my wife with stuff around the house, and we're gonna spend the evening together, and I'm gonna be back in 4 hours. So at 6 o'clock UK time and at 10 o'clock I will be back. 10 o'clock PM UK time, right? So sorry for that. You can stay in the queue. I will close the queue as is right now. If you're back, if when I'm back you're still here in the queue, then you're more than welcome to join up and pick up where we left off. I hope you've enjoyed your time. I hope I was helpful. I hope my nagging about workplaces hasn't put you off. I'll always be honest when people ask me things. I can't lie about stuff. And yeah, thank you. And as I said, I'll be here. I'm here every day, Monday to Friday. I stream, right? If I'm not here, there's somebody in the community who can help you. So I thank you very much for your time. I'm gonna send you off if I can find somebody who streams. At the moment, nobody. Okay, cool. Nobody's streaming Diablo. So I thank you very much. Have a lovely evening, and I'll see you soon. All right. If I don't see you, thank you very much for sharing your precious time with me, and I wish you the best of luck in your life.